First, Father, thank you for our lives. I pray for safety, protection, comfort, peace, healing, rest for all, and that we know you, Lord Jesus. First Samuel chapter 23. Then they told David, saying, "Look, the Philistines are fighting against Keilah. They are robbing the threshing floors." Therefore David inquired of the Lord, saying, "Shall I go and attack these Philistines?" And the Lord said to David, "Go and attack the Philistines and save Keilah." But David's men said to him, "Look, we are afraid here in Judah. How much more then if we go to Keilah against the armies of the Philistines?" Then David inquired of the Lord once again, and the Lord answered him and said, "Arise, go down to Keilah, for I will deliver the Philistines into your hand." And David and his men went to Keilah and fought with the Philistines, struck them with a mighty blow, and took away their livestock. So David saved the inhabitants of Keilah. Now it happened when Abiathar the son of Ahimelech fled to David at Keilah, that he went down with an ephod in his hand. And Saul was told that David had gone to Keilah. So Saul said, "God has delivered him into my hand, for he has shut himself in by entering a town that has gates and bars." Then Saul called all the people together for war, to go down to Keilah to besiege David and his men. When David knew that Saul plotted evil against him, he said to Abiathar the priest, "Bring the ephod here." Then David said, "O Lord God of Israel, your servant has certainly heard that Saul seeks to come to Keilah to destroy the city for my sake. Will the men of Keilah deliver me into his hand? Will Saul come down as your servant has heard? O Lord God of Israel, I pray, tell your servant." And the Lord said, "He will come down." Then David said, "Will the men of Keilah deliver me and my men into the hand of Saul?" And the Lord said, "They will deliver you." So David and his men, about 600, arose and departed from Keilah and went wherever they could. Then it was told Saul that David had escaped from Keilah, so he halted the expedition. And David stayed in strongholds in the wilderness and remained in the mountains in the wilderness of Ziph. Saul sought him every day, but God did not deliver him into his hand. So David saw that Saul had come out to seek his life, and David was in the wilderness of Ziph in a forest. Then Jonathan, Saul's son, arose and went to David in the woods and strengthened his hand in God. And he said to him, "Do not fear, for the hand of Saul my father shall not find you. You shall be king over Israel, and I shall be next to you. Even my father Saul knows that." So the two of them made a covenant before the Lord, and David stayed in the woods, and Jonathan went to his own house. Then the Ziphites came up to Saul at Gibeah and said, "Is David not hiding with us in strongholds in the woods, in the hill of Keilah, which is on the south of Jeshimon? Now therefore, O king, come down according to all the desire of your soul to come down, and our part shall be to deliver him into the king's hand." And Saul said, "Blessed are you of the Lord, for you have compassion on me. Please go and find out for sure, and see the place where his hideout is, and who has seen him there, for I am told he is very crafty. See therefore, and take knowledge of all the lurking places where he hides, and come back to me with certainty, and I will go with you. And it shall be, if he is in the land, that I will search for him throughout all the clans of Judah." So they arose and went to Ziph, before Saul. But David and his men were in the wilderness of Mon, in the plain on the south of Jeshimon. When Saul and his men went to seek him, they told David. Therefore he went down to the rock and stayed in the wilderness of Mon. And when Saul heard that, he pursued David in the wilderness of Mon. Then Saul went on one side of the mountain, and David and his men on the other side of the mountain. So David made haste to get away from Saul, for Saul and his men were encircling David and his men to take them. But a messenger came to Saul, saying, "Hurry and come, for the Philistines have invaded the land." Therefore Saul returned from pursuing David and went against the Philistines. So they called that place the Rock of Escape. And David went up from there and dwelt in strongholds at El Kedai. Chapter 24. Now it happened, when Saul had returned from following the Philistines, that it was told him, saying, "Take note, David is in the wilderness of En Kedai." Then Saul took 3,000 chosen men from all Israel and went to seek David and his men on the rocks of the wild goats. So he came to the sheepfolds by the road, where there was a cave, and Saul went in to attend to his needs. David and his men were staying in the recesses of the cave. Then the men of David said to him, "This is the day of which the Lord said to you, 'Behold, I will deliver your enemy into your hand, that you may do to him as it seems good to you.'" And David arose and secretly cut off a corner of Saul's robe. Now it happened afterward that David's heart troubled him, because he had cut Saul's robe. And he said to his men, "The Lord forbid that I should do this thing to my master, the Lord's anointed, to stretch out my hand against him, seeing he is the anointed of the Lord." So David restrained his servants with these words, and did not allow them to rise against Saul. And Saul got up from the cave and went on his way. David also arose afterward, went out of the cave, and called out to Saul, saying, "My lord and king." And when Saul looked behind him, David stooped with his face to the earth and bowed down. And David said to Saul, "Why do you listen to the words of men who say, 'Indeed, David seeks your harm'? Look, this day your eyes have seen that the Lord delivered you today into my hand in the cave, and someone urged me to kill you, but my eyes spared you. And I said, I will not stretch out my hand against my Lord, for he is the Lord's anointed. Moreover, my father, see the corner of your robe in my hand, for in that I cut off the corner of your robe and did not kill you. Know and see that there is neither evil nor rebellion in my hand, and I have not sinned against you. Yet you hunt my life to take it. Let the Lord judge between you and me, and let the Lord avenge me on you. But my hand shall not be against you. As the proverb of the ancients says, wickedness proceeds from the wicked. But my hand shall not be against you. After whom was the king of Israel come out? Whom do you pursue, a dead dog, a flea? Therefore let the Lord be judge, and judge between you and me, and see and plead my case, and deliver me out of your hand." So it was, when David had finished speaking these words to Saul, that Saul said, "Is this your voice, my son David?" And Saul lifted up his voice and wept. Then he said to David, "You are more righteous than I, for you have rewarded me with good, whereas I have rewarded you with evil. And you have shown this day how you have dealt well with me. For when the Lord delivered me into your hand, you did not kill me. For if a man finds his enemy, will he let him get away safely? Therefore, man, may the Lord reward you with good for what you have done to me this day. And now I know indeed that you shall surely be king, and that the kingdom of Israel shall be established in your hand. Therefore swear now to me by the Lord that you will not cut off my descendants after me, and that you will not destroy my name from my father's house. So David swore to Saul, and Saul went home, but David and his men went up to the stronghold. Chapter 25. Then Samuel died, and the Israelites gathered together and lamented for him, and buried him at his home in Ramah. And David arose and went down to the wilderness of Paran. Now there was a man in Mon, whose business was in Carmel, and the man was very rich. He had 3,000 sheep and 1,000 goats, and he was shearing his sheep in Carmel. The name of the man was Nabal, and the name of his wife Abigail. And she was a woman of good understanding and beautiful appearance. But the man was harsh and evil in his doings. He was of the house of Caleb. When David heard in the wilderness that Nabal was shearing his sheep, David sent 10 young men, and David said to the young men, "Go up to Carmel, go to Nabal, and greet him in my name. And thus you shall pay to him who lives in prosperity. Peace be to you, and peace to your house, and peace to all that you have. Now I have heard that you have shearers. Your shepherds were with us, and we did not hurt them, nor was there anything missing from them all the while they were in Carmel. Ask your young men, and they will tell you. Therefore let my young men find favor in your eyes, for we come on a feast day. Please give whatever comes to your hand to your servants and to your son David." So when David's young men came, they spoke to Nabal according to all these words in the name of David, and waited. Then Nabal answered David's servants and said, "Who is David, and who is the son of Jesse? There are many servants nowadays who break away each one from his master. Shall I then take my bread and my water and my meat that I have killed for my shearers and give it to men whom I do not know where they are from?" So David's young men turned on their heels and went away, and they came and told him all these words. Then David said to his men, "Every man gird on his sword." So every man girded on his sword, and David also girded on his sword. And about 400 men went with David, and 200 stayed with the supplies. Now one of the young men told Abigail, Nabal's wife, saying, "Look, David sent messengers from the wilderness to greet our master, and he reviled them. But the men were very good to us, and we were not hurt, nor did we miss anything as long as we accompanied them. Then we were in the fields. They were a wall to us both by night and day. All the time we were with them, keeping the sheep. Now therefore know and consider what you will do, for harm is determined against our master and against all his household, for he is such a scoundrel that one cannot speak to him." Then Abigail made haste and took 200 loaves of bread, 2 skins of wine, 5 sheep already dressed, 5 seahs of roasted grain, 100 clusters of raisins, and 200 cakes of figs, and loaded them on donkeys. And she said to her servants, "Go on before me. See, I am coming after you." But she did not tell her husband Nabal. So it was as she rode on the donkey that she went down under cover of the hill, and there were David and his men coming down toward her, and she met them. Now David had said, "Surely in vain I have protected all that his fellow has in the wilderness, so that nothing was missed of all that belongs to him, and he has repaid me evil for good. May God do so, and more also to the enemies of David, if I leave one male of all who belong to him by morning light." Now when Abigail saw David, she dismounted quickly from the donkey, fell on her face before David, and bowed down to the ground. So she fell at his feet and said, "On me, my lord, on me let this iniquity be. And please let your maidservant speak in your ears and hear the words of your maidservant. Please let not my lord regard this scoundrel Nabal, for as his name is, so is he. Nabal is his name, and folly is with him. But I, your maidservant, did not see the young men of my lord whom you sent. Now therefore, my lord, as the Lord lives, and as your soul lives, since the Lord has held you back from coming to bloodshed, and from avenging yourself with your own hand, now then, let your enemies and those who seek harm for my Lord be as Nabal. And now this present, which your maidservant has brought to my Lord, let it be given to the young men who follow my Lord. Please forgive the trespass of your maidservant, for the Lord will certainly make for my Lord an enduring house, because my Lord fights the battles of the Lord, and evil is not found in you throughout your days. Yet a man has risen to pursue you and seek your life. But the Lord of my Lord shall be bound in the bundle of the living with the Lord your God, and the lives of your enemies he shall sling out, as from the pocket of a sling. And it shall come to pass, when the Lord has done for my Lord according to all the good that he has spoken concerning you, and has appointed you ruler over Israel, that this will be no grief to you, nor offense of heart to my Lord, either that you have shed blood without cause, or that my Lord has avenged himself. But when the Lord has dealt well with my Lord, then remember your maidservant. Then David said to Abigail, Blessed is the Lord God of Israel, who sent you this day to meet me. And blessed is your advice, and blessed are you, because you have kept me this day from coming to bloodshed, and from avenging myself with my own hand. For indeed, as the Lord God of Israel lives, who has kept me back from hurting you, unless you had hurried and come to meet me, surely by morning light no males would have been left to Nabal. So David received from her hand what she had brought him, and said to her, Go up in peace to your house. See, I have heeded your voice and respected your person. Now Abigail went to Nabal, and there he was, holding a feast in his house, like the feast of a king. And Nabal's heart was merry within him, for he was very drunk. Therefore she told him nothing, little or much, until morning light. For it was in the morning, when the wine had gone from Nabal, and his wife had told him these things, that his heart died within him, and he became like a stone. Then it happened after about 10 days that the Lord struck Nabal, and he died. So when David heard that Nabal was dead, he said, Blessed be the Lord, who has pleaded the cause of my reproach from the hand of Nabal, and has kept his servant from evil. For the Lord has returned the wickedness of Nabal on his own head. And David sent and proposed to Abigail to take her as his wife. When the servants of David had come to Abigail at Carmel, they spoke to her, saying, David sent us to you to ask you to become his wife. Then she arose, bowed her face to the earth, and said, Here is your maidservant, a servant to wash the feet of the servants of my Lord. So Abigail rose in haste and rode on a donkey, attended by 5 of her maidens, and she followed the messengers of David and became his wife. David also took Ahinoam of Jezreel, and so both of them were his wives. But Saul had given Michal his daughter, David's wife, to Palti, the son of Laish, who was from Gilead. Chapter 26. Now the Ziphites came to Saul at Gibeah, saying, Is David not hiding in the hill of Hachilah, opposite Jeshimon? Then Saul arose and went down to the wilderness of Ziph, having 3,000 chosen men of Israel with him to seek David in the wilderness of Ziph. And Saul encamped in the hill of Hachilah, which is opposite Jeshimon by the road. But David stayed in the wilderness, and he saw that Saul came after him into the wilderness. David therefore sent out spies and understood that Saul had indeed come. So David arose and came to the place where Saul had encamped. And David saw the place where Saul lay, and Abner the son of Ner, the commander of his army. Now Saul lay within the camp, with the people encamped all around him. Then David answered and said to Ahimelech the Hittite, and to Abishai the son of Zeruiah, brother of Joab, saying, Who will go down with me to Saul in the camp? And Abishai said, I will go down with you. So David and Abishai came to the people by night, and there Saul lay sleeping within the camp, with his spear stuck in the ground by his head, and Abner and the people lay all around him. Then Abishai said to David, God has delivered your enemy into your hand this day. Now therefore, please let me strike him at once with the spear, right to the earth, and I will not have to strike him a second time. But David said to Abishai, Do not destroy him, for who can stretch out his hand against the Lord's anointed and be guiltless? David said, Furthermore, as the Lord lives, the Lord shall strike him, or his day shall come to die, or he shall go out to battle and perish. The Lord forbid that I should stretch out my hand against the Lord's anointed. But please take now the spear and the jug of water that are by his head, and let us go. So David took the spear and the jug of water by Saul's head, and they got away, and no man saw or knew it or awoke. For they were all asleep, because a deep sleep from the Lord had fallen on them. Now David went over to the other side and stood on the top of the hill afar off, a great distance being between them. And David called out to the people and to Abner, the son of Ner, saying, Do you not answer, Abner? Then Abner answered and said, Who are you? Calling out to the king. So David said to Abner, Are you not a man? And who is like you in Israel? Why then have you not guarded your lord the king? For one of the people came in to destroy your lord the king. This thing that you have done is not good. As the Lord lives, you deserve to die, because you have not guarded your master, the Lord's anointed. And now, see where the king's spear is, and the jug of water that was by his head. Then Saul knew David's voice and said, Is that your voice, my son David? David said, It is my voice, my lord, O king. And he said, Why does my lord thus pursue his servant? For what have I done, or what evil is in my hand? Now therefore please let my lord the king hear the words of his servant. For the Lord has stirred you up against me. Let him accept an offering, but if it is the children of men, may they be cursed before the Lord. For they have driven me out this day from sharing in an inheritance of the Lord, saying, Go, serve other gods. So now do not let my blood fall to the earth before the face of the Lord, for the king of Israel has come out to seek a flea, as when one hunts a partridge in the mountains. Then Saul said, I have sinned. Return, my son David, for I will harm you no more, because my life was precious in your eyes this day. Indeed, I have played the fool and erred exceedingly. And David answered and said, Here is the king's spear. Let one of the young men come over and get it. May the Lord repay every man for his righteousness and his faithfulness. For the Lord delivered you into my hand today, and I would not stretch out my hand against the Lord's anointed. And indeed, as your life was valued much this day in my eyes, so let my life be valued much in the eyes of the Lord, and let him deliver me out of all tribulation. Then Saul said to David, May you be blessed, my son David. You shall both do great things and also still prevail. So David went on his way, and Saul returned to his place. Chapter 27. Now David said in his heart, now I shall perish someday by the hand of Saul. There is nothing better for me than that I should speedily escape to the land of the Philistines. And Saul will despair of me, to seek me any more in any part of Israel. So I shall escape out of his hand. And David arose and went over with the 600 men who were with him to Achish, the son of Maoch, king of Gath. So David dwelt with Achish at Gath, he and his men, each man with his household, and David with his 2 wives, Ahinoam the Jezreelitess, and Abigail the Carmelitess, Nabal's widow. And it was told Saul that David had fled to Gath, so he sought him no more. And David said to Achish, if I have now found favor in your eyes, let them give me a place in some town in the country, that I may dwell there. For why should your servant dwell in the royal city with you? So Achish gave him Ziklag that day. Therefore Ziklag has belonged to the kings of Judah to this day. Now the time that David dwelt in the country of the Philistines was 1 full year and 4 months. And David and his men went up and raided the Geshurites, the Gizrites, and the Amalekites. For those nations were the inhabitants of the land from of old, as you go to Shur, even as far as the land of Egypt. When David attacked the land, he left neither man nor woman alive, but took away the sheep, the oxen, the donkeys, the camels, and the apparel, and returned and came to Achish. Then Achish would say, where have you made a raid today? And David would say, against the southern area of Judah, or against the southern area of the Jerahmeelites, or against the southern area of the Kenites. David would save neither man nor woman alive to bring news to Gath, saying, lest they should inform on us, saying, thus David did. And thus was his behavior all the time he dwelt in the country of the Philistines. So Achish believed David, saying, he has made his people Israel utterly abhor him. Therefore he will be my servant forever. Chapter 28. Now it happened in those days that the Philistines gathered their armies together for war, to fight with Israel. And Achish said to David, you surely know that you will go out with me to battle, you and your men. So David said to Achish, surely you know what your servant can do. And Achish said to David, therefore I will make you one of my chief guardians forever. Now Samuel had died, and all Israel had lamented for him, and buried him in Ramah, in his own city. And Saul had put the mediums and spiritists out of the land. Then the Philistines gathered together and came and encamped at Shunem. So Saul gathered all Israel together, and they encamped at Gilboa. When Saul saw the army of the Philistines, he was afraid, and his heart trembled greatly. And when Saul inquired of the Lord did not answer him, either by dreams or by Urim or by the prophets. Then Saul said to his servants, find me a woman who is a medium, that I may go to her and inquire of her. And his servants said to him, in fact, there is a woman who is a medium at Endor. So Saul disguised himself and put on other clothes, and he went, and 2 men with him. And they came to the woman by night, and he said, please conduct a seance for me, and bring up for me the one I shall name to you. And the woman said to him, look, you know what Saul has done, how he has cut off the mediums and the spiritists from the land. Why then do you lay a snare for my life to cause me to die? And Saul swore to her by the Lord, saying, as the Lord lives, no punishment shall come upon you for this thing. Then the woman said, whom shall I bring up for you? And he said, bring up Samuel for me. When the woman saw Samuel, she cried out with a loud voice. And the woman spoke to Saul, saying, Why have you deceived me? For you are Saul. And the king said to her, Do not be afraid. What did you see? And the woman said to Saul, I saw a spirit ascending out of the earth. So he said to her, What is his form? And she said, An old man is coming up, and he is covered with a mantle. And Saul perceived that it was Samuel, and he stooped with his face to the ground and bowed down. Now Samuel said to Saul, Why have you disturbed me by bringing me up? And Saul answered, I am deeply distressed, for the Philistines make war against me, and God has departed from me and does not answer me any more, neither by prophets nor by dreams. Therefore I have called you, that you may reveal to me what I should do. Then Samuel said, So why do you ask me, seeing the Lord has departed from you and has become your enemy? And the Lord has done for himself as he spoke to me. For the Lord has torn the kingdom out of your hand and given it to your neighbor David, because you did not obey the voice of the Lord, nor execute his fierce wrath upon Amalek. Therefore the Lord has done this thing to you this day. Moreover, the Lord will also deliver Israel with you into the hand of the Philistines. And tomorrow you and your sons will be with me. The Lord will also deliver the army of Israel into the hand of the Philistines. Immediately Saul fell full length on the ground and was dreadfully afraid because of the words of Samuel. And there was no strength in him, for he had eaten no food all day or all night. And the woman came to Saul and saw that he was severely troubled, and said to him, Look, your maidservant has obeyed your voice, and I have put my life in my hands and heeded the words which you spoke to me. Now therefore please heed also the voice of your maidservant, and let me set a piece of bread before you and eat, that you may have strength when you go on your way. But he refused and said, I will not eat. So his servants gathered with the woman, urged him, and he heeded their voice. Then he arose from the ground and sat on the bed. Now the woman had a fatted calf in the house, and she hastened to kill it, and took flour and kneaded it, and baked unleavened bread from it. So she brought it before Saul and his servants, and they ate. Then they rose and went away that night. Chapter 29. Then the Philistines gathered together all their armies at Aphek, and the Israelites encamped by a fountain which is in Jezreel. And the lords of the Philistines passed in review by hundreds and by thousands. But David and his men passed in review at the rear with Achish. Then the princes of the Philistines said, What are these Hebrews doing here? And Achish said to the princes of the Philistines, Is this not David, the servant of Saul, king of Israel, who has been with me these days or these years? And to this day I have found no fault in him, since he defected to me. But the princes of the Philistines were angry with him. So the princes of the Philistines said to him, Make this fellow return, that he may go back to the place which you have appointed for him. And do not let him go down with us to battle, lest in the battle he become our adversary. For with what could he reconcile himself to his master, if not with the heads of these men? Is this not David, of whom they sang to one another in dances, singing, Saul has slain his thousands, and David his 10,000s? Then Achish called David and said to him, Surely as the Lord lives, you have been upright, and your going out and your coming in with me in the army is good in my sight. For to this day I have not found evil in you, since the day of your coming to me. Nevertheless, the Lords do not favor you. Therefore return now and go in peace, that you may not displease the lords of the Philistines. So David said to Achish, "But what have I done? And to this day, what have you found in your servant as long as I have been with you, that I may not go and fight against the enemies of my lord the king?" Then Achish answered and said to David, "I know that you are as good in my sight as an angel of God. Nevertheless, the princes of the Philistines have said, 'He shall not go up with us to the battle.' Now therefore rise early in the morning with your master's servants who have come with you. And as you are up early in the morning, have light, depart." So David and his men rose early to depart in the morning, to return to the land of the Philistines. And the Philistines went up to Jezreel. Chapter 30. Now it happened, when David and his men came to Ziklag on the third day, that the Amalekites invaded the south, and Ziklag, attacked Ziklag and burned it with fire, and had taken captive the women and those who were there, from small to great. They did not kill anyone, but carried them away and went their way. So David and his men came to the city, where there it was, burned with fire, and their wives, their sons, their daughters had been taken captive. And David and the people who were with him lifted up their voices and wept until they had no more power to weep. And David's two wives, Ahinoam and Jezreelites, and Abigail, the widow of Nabal, the Carmelite, had been taken captive. Now David was greatly distressed, for the people spoke of stoning him, because the soul of all the people was grieved, every man for his sons and his daughters. But David strengthened himself in the Lord his God. Then David said to Abiathar the priest, Ahimelech's son, "Please bring the ephod here to me." And Abiathar brought the ephod to David. So David inquired of the Lord, saying, "Shall I pursue this troop? Shall I overtake them?" And he answered him, "Pursue, for you shall surely overtake them, and without fail recover all." So David went, he and 600 men who were with him, and came to the brook Bezor, where those stayed who were left behind. But David pursued, he and 400 men, for 200 stayed behind, who were so weary that they could not cross brook Bezor. Then they found an Egyptian in the field, and brought him to David, and they gave him bread, and he ate, and they let him drink water. And they gave him a place of a cake of figs and 2 clusters of raisins. So when he had eaten, his strength came back to him, for he had eaten no bread nor drunk water for 3 days and 3 nights. And David said to him, "To whom do you belong, and where are you from?" And he said, "I am a young man from Egypt, servant of an Amalekite, and my master left me behind, because 3 days ago I fell sick. We made an invasion of the southern area of the Cherethites, and the territory which belongs to Judah, and of the southern area of Caleb, and we burned Ziklag with fire." And David said to him, "Can you take me down to this troop?" So he said, "Swear to me by God that you will neither kill me nor deliver me into the hands of my master, and I will take you down to this troop." And when he had brought him down, there they were, spread out over the land, eating and drinking and dancing, because of all the spoil which they had taken from the land of the Philistines and from the land of Judah. Then David attacked them from twilight until the evening of the next day. Not a man of them escaped, except 400 young men who rode on camels and fled. So David recovered all the Amalekites had carried away, and David rescued 2 wives. And nothing of theirs was lacking, either small or great, sons or daughters, spoil, or anything which they had taken from them. David recovered all. Then David took all the flocks and herds they had driven before those over livestock, and said, "This is David's spoil." Now David came to the 200 men who had been so weary that they could not follow David, whom they also had made to stay at the brook Bezor. So they went out to meet David and to meet the people who were with him. And when David came near the people, he greeted them. Then all the wicked and worthless men of those who went with David answered and said, because they did not go with us, we will not give them any of the spoil that we have recovered, except for every man's wife and children, that they may lead them away and depart. But David said, my brethren, you shall not do so with what the Lord has given us, who has preserved us and delivered into our hand the troop that came against us. For who will heed you in this matter? But as his part is who goes down to the battle, so shall his part be who stays by the supplies. They shall share alike. So it was from that day forward. He made it a statute and an ordinance for Israel to this day. Now when David came to Ziklag, he sent some of the spoil to the elders of Judah, to his friends, saying, here is a present for you from the spoil of the enemies of the Lord. To those who were in Bethel, those who were in Ramoth of the south, those who were in Jeter, those who were in Aroer, those who were in Shiphamoth, those who were at Esthemas, those who were within Rachel, those who were in the cities of the Jermeelites, those who were in the cities of the Keenites, those who were in Hormah, those who were in Kerashan, those who were in Atash, those who were in Hebron, and to all the places where David himself and his men were accustomed to rove. Chapter 31. Now the Philistines fought against Israel, and the men of Israel fled from before the Philistines, and fell slain on Mount Gilboa. Then the Philistines followed hard after Saul and his sons, and the Philistines killed Jonathan, Abinadab, and Malchishua, Saul's sons. The battle became fierce against Saul. The archers hit him, and he was severely wounded by the archers. Then Saul said to his armor-bearer, draw your sword and thrust me through with it, lest these uncircumcised men come and thrust me through and abuse me. But his armor-bearer would not, for he was greatly afraid. Therefore Saul took a sword and fell on it. And when his armor-bearer saw that Saul was dead, he also fell on his sword and died with him. So Saul, his 3 sons, his armor-bearer, and all his men died together that same day. And when the men of Israel, who were on the other side of the valley, and those who were on the other side of the Jordan, saw that the men of Israel had fled, and that Saul and his sons were dead, they forsook the cities and fled, and the Philistines came and dwelt in them. So it happened the next day, when the Philistines came to strip the slain, that they found Saul and his 3 sons fallen on Mount Gilboa. And they cut off his head and stripped off his armor, and sent word throughout the land of the Philistines to proclaim it in the temple of their idols and among the people. Then they put his armor in the temple of the Ashtoreths, and they fastened his body to the wall of Bethshan. Now when the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead heard what the Philistines had done to Saul, all the valiant men arose and traveled all night, and took the body of Saul and the bodies of his sons from the wall of Bethshan, and they came to Jabesh and burned them there. Then they took their bones and buried them under the tamarisk tree at Kadesh, and fasted 7 days. The second book of Samuel. Chapter 1. Now it came to pass after the death of Saul, when David had returned from the slaughter of the Amalekites, and David had stayed 2 days in Ziklag. On the 3rd day, behold, it happened that a man came from Saul's camp with his clothes torn and dust on his head. So it was when he came to David that he fell to the ground and prostrated himself. And Saul said to him, Where have you come from? So he said to him, I have escaped from the camp of Israel. And David said to him, How did the matter go? Please tell me. And he answered, The people have fled from the battle. Many of the people are fallen and dead, and Saul and Jonathan his son are dead also. So David said to the young man who told him, How do you know that Saul and Jonathan his son are dead? Then the young man who told him said, As I happened by chance to be on Mount Gilboa, there was Saul leaning on his spear, and indeed the chariots and horsemen followed hard after him. Now when he looked behind him, he saw me and called to me, and I answered, Here I am. And he said to me, Who are you? So I answered him, I am an Amalekite. And he said to me again, Please stand over me and kill me, for anguish has come upon me, but my life still remains in me. So I stood over him and killed him, because I was sure that he could not live after he had fallen. And I took the crown that was on his head and the bracelet that was on his arm, and have brought them here to my Lord. Therefore David took hold of his own clothes and tore them, and so did all the men who were with him. And they mourned and wept and fasted until evening for Saul and for Jonathan his son, for the people of the Lord, and for the house of Israel, because they had fallen by sword. And David said to the young man who told him, Where are you from? And he answered, I am the son of an alien, an Amalekite. So David said to him, How was it? Were you not afraid to put forth your hand to destroy the Lord's anointed? And David called one of the young men and said, Go near and execute him. And he struck him so that he died. So David said to him, Your blood is on your own head, for your own mouth has testified against you, saying, I have killed the Lord's anointed. And David lamented with his lamentation over Saul and over Jonathan his son. And he told them to teach the children of Judah the song and the bow. Indeed, it is written in the book of Jasher. The beauty of Israel is slain on your high places. How the mighty have fallen. Tell it not in Gath. Proclaim it not in the streets of Ashkelon. Lest the daughters of the Philistines rejoice, lest the daughters of the uncircumcised triumph. O mountains of Gilboa, let there be no dew nor rain upon you, nor fields of offerings, for the shield of the mighty is cast away there, the shield of Saul, not anointed with oil, from the blood of the slain, from the fat of the mighty. The bow of Jonathan did not turn back, and the sword of Saul did not return empty. Saul and Jonathan were beloved and pleasant in their lives, and in their death they were not divided. They were swifter than eagles, they were stronger than lions. O daughters of Israel, weep over Saul, who clothed you in scarlet with luxury, who put ornaments of gold on your apparel. How the mighty have fallen in the midst of our battle. Jonathan was slain in your heights and your high places. I am distressed for you, my brother Jonathan. You have been very pleasant to me. Your love to me was wonderful, surpassing the love of women. How the mighty have fallen and the weapons of war perished. Chapter 2. It happened after this that David inquired of the Lord, saying, Shall I go up to any of the cities of Judah? And the Lord said to him, Go up. David said, Where shall I go up? And he said, To Hebron. So David went up there, and his two wives also, Ahinoam the Jezreelitess, and Abigail the widow of Nabal the Carmelite. And David brought up the men who were with him, every man with his household. So they dwelt in the cities of Hebron. Then the men of Judah came, and there they anointed David king over the house of Judah. And they told David, saying, The men of Jabesh Gilead were the ones who buried Saul. So David sent messengers to the men of Jabesh Gilead and said to them, "You are blessed of the Lord, for you have shown this kindness to your Lord, to Saul, and have buried him. And now may the Lord show kindness and truth to you. I also will repay you this kindness, because you have done this thing. Now therefore let your hands be strengthened, and be valiant, for your master Saul is dead, and also the house of Judah has anointed me king over them." But Abner the son of Ner, commander of Saul's army, took Ishbosheth the son of Saul and brought him over to Mahanaim. And he made him king over Gilead, over the Asherites, over Jezreel, over Ephraim, over Benjamin, and over all Israel. Ishbosheth, Saul's son, was 40 years old when he began to reign over Israel, and he reigned 2 years. Only the house of Judah followed David. And the time that David was king in Hebron over the house of Judah was 7 years and 6 months. Now Abner the son of Ner and the servants of Ishbosheth the son of Saul sent out from Mahanaim to Gibeon. And Joab the son of Zeruiah and the servants of David went out and met them by the pool of Gibeon. So they sat down, one on one side of the pool, and the other on the other side of the pool. Then Abner said to Joab, "Let the young men now arise and compete before us." And Joab said, "Let them arise." So they arose and went over by number, 12 from Benjamin, followers of Ishbosheth the son of Saul, and 12 from the servants of David. And each one grasped his opponent by the head and thrust his sword in his opponent's side, so they fell down together. Therefore that place was called the Field of Sharp Swords, which is then Gibeon. So there was a very fierce battle that day, and Abner and the men of Israel were beaten before the servants of David. Now the 3 sons of Zeruiah were there, Joab and Abishai and Asahel. And Asahel was as fleet of foot as a wild gazelle. So Asahel pursued Abner, and in going he did not turn to the right hand or to the left from following Abner. When Abner looked behind him and said, "Are you Asahel?" he answered, "I am." And Abner said to him, "Turn aside to your right hand or to your left, and lay hold on one of the young men, and take his armor for yourself." But Asahel would not turn aside from following him. So Abner said again to Asahel, "Turn aside from following me. Why should I strike you to the ground? How then could I face your brother Joab?" However, he refused to turn aside. Therefore Abner struck him in the stomach with the blunt end of the spear, so that the spear came out of his back, and he fell down there and died on the spot. So it was that as many as came to the place where Asahel fell down and died stood still. Joab, Abishai also pursued Abner, and the sun was going down when they came to the hill of Emma, which is before Giah, by the road to the wilderness of Gibeon. Now the children of Benjamin gathered together behind Abner and became a unit, and took their stand on top of a hill. Then Abner called to Joab and said, "Shall the sword devour forever? Do you not know that it will be bitter in the latter end? How long will it be, men, until you tell the people to return from pursuing their brethren?" And Joab said, "As God lives, unless you had spoken surely, when by morning all the people would have given up pursuing their brethren." So Joab blew a trumpet, and all the people stood still and did not pursue Israel anymore, nor did they fight anymore. Then Abner and his men went on all that night through the plain, crossed over the Jordan, and went through the Bithron, and they came to Mahanaim. So Joab returned from pursuing Abner, and when he had gathered all the people together, there were missing of David's servants 19 men and Asahel. But the servants of David had struck down of Benjamin and Abner's men 360 men who died. Then they took up Asahel and buried him in his father's tomb, which was in Bethlehem. And Joab and his men went all night, and they came to Hebron at daybreak. Chapter 3. Now there was a long war between the house of Saul and the house of David. But David grew stronger and stronger, and the house of Saul grew weaker and weaker. Sons were born to David in Hebron. His firstborn was Ammon by Ahinoam the Jezreelitess, his second Chileab by Abigail the widow of Nabal the Carmelite, and the third Absalom, the son of Maacah, the daughter of Talmai, king of Geshur. The fourth Adonijah, the son of Haggith, the fifth Shephatiel, the son of Abital, and sixth Ithream by David's wife Eglah. Those were born to David in Hebron. Now it was so, while there was war between the house of Saul and the house of David, that Abner was strengthening his hand on the house of Saul. And Saul had a concubine whose name was Rizpah, the daughter of Aiah. So Ishbosheth said to Abner, "Why have you gone to my father's concubine?" Then Abner became very angry at the words of Ishbosheth and said, "Am I a dog's head that belongs to Judah? Today I show loyalty to the house of Saul your father, to his brothers and to his friends, and have not delivered you into the hand of David. And you charge me today with a fault concerning this woman. May God do so to Abner, and more also, if I do not do for David, as the Lord has sworn to him, to transfer the kingdom from the house of Saul and set up the throne of David over Israel and over Judah from Dan to Beersheba." And he could not answer Abner another word, because he feared him. Then Abner sent messengers on his behalf to David, saying, "Whose is the land?" Saying also, "Make your covenant with me, and indeed my hand shall be with you to bring all Israel to you." And David said, "Good, I will make a covenant with you. But one thing I require of you: you shall not see my face unless you first bring Michal, Saul's daughter, when you come to see my face." So David sent messengers to Ishbosheth, Saul's son, saying, "Give me my wife, Michal, whom I betrothed to myself for 100 foreskins of the Philistines." And Ishbosheth sent and took her from her husband, from Paltiel, the son of Laish. And her husband went along with her to Bahurim, weeping behind her. So Abner said to him, "Go, return." And he returned. Now Abner had communicated with the elders of Israel, saying, "In time past you were seeking for David to be king over you. Now then do it. For the Lord has spoken of David, saying, by the hand of my servant David, I will save my people Israel from the hand of the Philistines and the hand of all their enemies." And Abner also spoke in the hearing of Benjamin. Then Abner also went to speak in the hearing of David in Hebron all that seemed good to Israel and the whole house of Benjamin. So Abner and 20 men with him came to David at Hebron, and David made a feast for Abner and the men who were with him. Then Abner said to David, "I will arise and go and gather all Israel to my Lord and Lord the king, that they may make a covenant with you, and that you may reign over all that your heart desires." So David sent to Abner away, and he went in peace. At that moment, the servants of David and Joab came from a raid and brought much spoil with them. But Abner was not with David in Hebron, for he had sent him away, and he had gone in peace. When Joab and all the troops that were with him had come, they told Joab, saying, Abner the son of Ner came to the king, and he sent him away, and he has gone in peace. Then Joab came to the king and said, What have you done? Look, Abner came to you. Why is it that you sent him away, and he has already gone? Surely you realize that Abner the son of Ner came to deceive you, to know you're going out and you're coming in, and to know all that you are doing. And when Joab had gone from David's presence, he sent messengers after Abner, who brought him back from the well of Sirah. But David did not know it. How? Now when Abner had returned to Hebron, Joab took him aside in the gate to speak with him privately, and there stabbed him in the stomach, so that he died for the blood of Asahel his brother. Afterward, when David heard it, he said, My kingdom and I are guiltless before the Lord forever of the blood of Abner, the son of Ner. Let it rest on the head of Joab and all of his father's house, and let there never fail to be in the house of Joab one who has a discharge or is a leper, who leans on a staff or falls by the sword, who lacks bread. So Joab and Abishai, his brother, killed Abner, because he had killed their brother Asahel at Gibeon in the battle. Then David said to Joab and to all the people who were with him, Tear your clothes, gird yourselves with sackcloth, and mourn for Abner. And King David followed the coffin. So they buried Abner in Hebron, and the king lifted up his voice and wept at the grave of Abner, and all the people wept. And the king sang a lament over Abner and said, Should Abner die as a fool dies? Your hands were not bound, nor your feet put in fetters. As a man falls before wicked men, so you fell. And all the people wept over him again. And when all the people came to persuade David to eat food while it was still day, David took an oath, saying, God do so to me, and more also, if I taste bread or anything else till the sun goes down. Now all the people took note of it, and it pleased them, since whatever the king did pleased all the people. For all the people and all Israel understood that day that it had not been the king's intent to kill Abner the son of Ner. Then the king said to his servants, Do you not know that a prince and a great man has fallen this day in Israel? And I am weak today, though anointed king. And these men, the sons of Zeruiah, are too harsh for me. The Lord shall repay the evildoer according to his wickedness. Chapter 4. When Saul's son heard that Abner had died at Hebron, he lost heart, and all Israel was troubled. Now Saul's son had 2 men who were captains of troops. The name of one was Banah, and the name of the other Rechab, the sons of Raman and Berothite of the children of Benjamin. For Beroth also was part of Benjamin, because the Berothites fled to Gideon and have been sojourners there until this day. Jonathan, Saul's son, had a son who was lame in his feet. He was about 5 years old when the news about Saul and Jonathan came from Jezreel. And his nurse took him up and fled. And it happened as she made haste to flee that he fell and became lame. His name was Mephibosheth. And the sons of Rimmon, the Beerothite, Rechab, and Baanah, set out and came at about the heat of the day to the house of Ishbosheth, who was lying on his bed at noon. And they came there all the way into the house as though to get wheat, and they stabbed him in the stomach. Then Rechab and Baanah, his brother, escaped. For when they came into the house, he was lying on his bed in his bedroom. Then they struck him and killed him, beheaded him, and took his head, and were all night escaping through the plain. And they brought the head of Ishbosheth to David at Hebron, and said to the king, Here is the head of Ishbosheth, the son of Saul, your enemy, who sought your life. And the Lord has avenged my lord, the king of this day, of Saul and his descendants. But David answered Rechab and Baanah, his brother, the sons of Rimmon, the Beerahite, and said to them, As the Lord lives, who has redeemed my life from all adversity, when someone told me, saying, Look, Saul is dead, thinking to have brought good news, I arrested him and had him executed in Ziklag, the one who thought I would give him a reward for his news. How much more when wicked men have killed a righteous person in his own house on his bed? Therefore shall I not now require his blood at your hand and remove you from the earth. So David commanded his young men, and they executed them, cut off their hands and feet, and hanged them by the pool in Hebron. But they took the head of Ishbosheth and buried it in the tomb of Abner in Hebron. Chapter 5. Then all the tribes of Israel came to David at Hebron and spoke, saying, Indeed, we are your bone and your flesh. Also in time past, when Saul was king over us, you were the one who led Israel out and brought them in. And the Lord said to you, You shall be shepherd my people Israel, and be ruler over Israel. Therefore all the elders of Israel came to the king at Hebron, and King David made a covenant with them at Hebron before the Lord, and they anointed David king over Israel. David was 30 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 40 years. In Hebron he reigned over Judah 7 years and 6 months, and in Jerusalem he reigned 33 years over all Israel and Judah. And the king and his men went to Jerusalem against the Jebusites, the inhabitants of the land, who spoke to David, saying, You shall not come in here, but the blind and the lame will repel you, thinking David cannot come in here. Nevertheless, David took the stronghold of Zion, that is the city of David. Now David said on that day, Whoever climbs up by way of the water shaft and defeats the Jebusites, the lame and the blind, who are hated by David's soul, he shall be chief and captain. Therefore they say, The blind and the lame shall not come into the house. Then David dwelt in the stronghold and called it the city of David. And David built all around from the Milo and inward. So David went on and became great, and the Lord God of hosts was with him. Then Hiram, king of Tyre, sent messengers to David, and cedar trees, and carpenters and masons, and they built David a house. So David knew that the Lord had established him a king over Israel, and that he had exalted his kingdom for the sake of his people Israel. And David took more concubines and wives from Jerusalem after he had come from Hebron. Also more sons and daughters were born to David. Now there are the names of those who were born to him in Jerusalem: Shammua, Shobab, Nathan, Solomon, Ibhar, Elishua, Nepheg, Japhia, Elishama, Eliada, and Eliphelet. Now when the Philistines heard that they had anointed David king over Israel, all the Philistines went up to search for David. David heard of it and went down to the stronghold. The Philistines also went and deployed themselves in the valley of Rephaim. So David inquired of the Lord, saying, Shall I go up against the Philistines? Will you deliver them into my hand? And the Lord said to David, Go up, for I am doubtless deliver the Philistines into your hand. So David went to Baal Perazim And David defeated them there. And he said, "The Lord has broken through my enemies before me, like a breakthrough of water." Therefore he called the name of that place Baal Perazim. And they left their images there, and David and his men carried them away. Then the Philistines went up once again and deployed themselves in the valley of Rephaim. Therefore David inquired of the Lord, and he said, "You shall not go up. Circle around behind them, and come upon them in front of the mulberry trees. And it shall be that when you hear the sound of marching in the tops of the mulberry trees, then you shall advance quickly, for then the Lord will go out before you to strike the camp of the Philistines." Now David did so, as the Lord commanded him, and he drove back the Philistines from Geba as far as Gezer. Chapter 6. Again David gathered all the choice men of Israel, 30,000, and David arose and went with all the people who were with him from Baal, Judah, to bring up from there the ark of God, whose name is called by the name, the Lord of hosts, who dwells between the cherubim. So they set the ark of God on a new cart and brought it out of the house of Abinadab, which was on the hill, and Uzzah and Ahai, the sons of Abinadab, drove the new cart. And they brought it out of the house of Abinadab, which was on the hill, accompanying the ark of God. And Ahoy went before the ark. Then David and all the house of Israel played music before the Lord on all kinds of instruments of fir wood, on harps, on stringed instruments, on tambourines, on sistrums, and on cymbals. And when they came to Nachim's threshing floor, Uzzah put out his hand to the ark of God and took hold of it, for the oxen stumbled. And then the anger of the Lord was aroused against Uzzah, and God struck him there for his error, and he died there by the ark of God. And David became angry because of the Lord's outbreak against Uzzah, and he called the name of the place Perez Uzzah to this day. David was afraid of the Lord that day, and he said, "How can the ark of the Lord come to me?" So David would not move the ark of the Lord with him into the city of David, but David took it aside into the house of Obed-Edom the Gittite. The ark of the Lord remained in the house of Obed-Edom the Gittite 3 months, and the Lord blessed Edom and all his household. Now it was told King David, saying, "The Lord has blessed the house of Obed-Edom and all that belongs to him, because of the ark of God." So David went and brought up the ark of God from the house of Obed-Edom to the city of David with gladness. And so it was, when those bearing the ark of the Lord had gone 6 paces, that he sacrificed oxen and fatted sheep. And David danced before the Lord with all his might, and David was wearing a linen ephod. So David and all the house of Israel brought up the ark of the Lord with shouting and with the sound of trumpet. Now as the ark of the Lord came into the city of David, Michal, Saul's daughter, looking through a window, and saw King David leaping and whirling before the Lord, and she despised him in her heart. So they brought the ark of the Lord and set it in its place in the midst of the tabernacle that David had erected for it. Then David offered burnt offerings and peace offerings before the Lord. And when David had finished offering burnt offerings and peace offerings, he blessed the people in the name of the Lord of hosts. Then he distributed among all the people, among the whole multitude of Israel, both the women and the men, to everyone a loaf of bread, a piece of meat, and a cake of raisins. So all the people departed, everyone to his house. And David returned to bless his household. And Michal, the daughter of Saul, came out to meet David and said, "How glorious was the king of Israel today, uncovering himself today in the eyes of the maids of his servants, as one of the base fellows shamelessly uncovers himself." So David said to Michal, "It was before the Lord who chose me instead of your father and all his house to appoint me ruler over the people of the Lord, over Israel. Therefore I will play music before the Lord, and I will be even more undignified than this, and will be humble in my own sight. But as for the maidservants of whom you have spoken, by them I will be held in honor." Therefore Michal, the daughter of Saul, had no children to that day, to the day of her death. Chapter 7. Now it came to pass when the king was dwelling in the house, and the Lord had given him rest from all his enemies all around, that the king said to Nathan the prophet, "See now, I dwell in a house of cedar, but the ark of God dwells inside tent curtains." Then Nathan said to the king, "Go do all that is in your heart, for the Lord is with you." But it happened that night that the word of the Lord came to Nathan, saying, "Go and tell my servant David, thus says the Lord, would you build a house for me to dwell in? For I have not dwelt in a house since the time that I brought the children of Israel up from Egypt, even to this day, but have moved about in a tent and in a tabernacle. Wherever I have moved about with all the children of Israel, have I ever spoken a word to anyone from the tribes of Israel, whom I commanded to shepherd my people Israel, saying, why have you not built me a house of cedar? Now therefore, thus shall you say to my servant David, thus says the Lord of hosts, I took you from the sheepfold, from following the sheep, to be ruler over my people, over Israel. And I have been with you wherever you have gone, and have cut off all your enemies from before you, and have made you a great name, like the name of the great men who are on the earth. Moreover, I will appoint a place for my people Israel, and will plant them, that they may dwell in a place of their own, and move no more. Nor shall the sons of wickedness oppress them any more as previously. Since the time that I commanded judges to be over my people Israel, and have caused you to rest from all your enemies, also the Lord tells you that he shall make you a house. When your days are fulfilled, and you rest with your fathers, I will set up your seed after you, who will come from your body, and will establish his kingdom. He shall build a house for my name, and I will establish the throne of his kingdom forever. I will be his father, and he shall be my son. If he commits iniquity, I will chasten him with the rod of man, and with the blows of the sons of man. But my mercy shall not depart from him, as I took it from Saul, whom I removed from before you. And your house and your kingdom shall be established forever before you. Your throne shall be established forever. According to all these words, and according to all this vision, so Nathan spoke to David. Then King David went in and sat before the Lord. And he said, who am I, O Lord God? And what is my house that you should have brought me this far? And yet this was a small thing in your sight. O Lord God, you have also spoken of your servant's house for a great while to come. Is this the manner of man, O Lord God? Now what more can David say to you? For you, Lord God, know your servant. For your word's sake, and according to your own heart, you have done all these things to make your servant know them. Therefore you are great, O Lord God, for there is none like you, nor is there any God besides you, according to all that we have heard with our ears. And who is like your people, like Israel, the one nation on the earth whom God went to redeem for himself, as a people to make for himself a name, and to do for yourself great and awesome deeds for your land before your people, whom you redeemed for yourself from Egypt, the nations and their gods. For you have made your people Israel your very own people forever, and you, Lord, have become their God. Now, O Lord God, the word which you have spoken concerning your servant and concerning his house, establish it forever, and do as you have said. So let your name be magnified forever, saying, the Lord of hosts is the God over Israel. And let the house of your servant David be established before you. For you, O Lord of hosts, God of Israel, have revealed this to your servant, saying, I will build you a house. Therefore your servant has found it in his heart to pray this prayer to you. And now, O Lord God, you are God, and your words are true, and you have promised this goodness to your servant. Now therefore let it please you to bless the house of your servant, that it may continue before you forever. For you, O Lord God, have spoken it, and with your blessing let the house of your servant be blessed forever. Chapter 8. After this it came to pass that David attacked the Philistines and subdued them, and David took Metheg Ammah from the hand of the Philistines. Then he defeated Moab, forcing them down to the ground, though he measured them off with a line. With 2 lines he measured off those to be put to death, and with 1 line those to be kept alive. So the Moabites became David's servants and brought tribute. David also defeated Hadadezer, the son of Rehab, king of Zobah, as he went to recover his territory at the river Euphrates. David took from him 1,000 chariots, 700 horsemen, and 20,000 foot soldiers. Also David hamstrung all the chariot horses, except that he spared enough of them for 100 chariots. Then the Syrians of Damascus came to help Hadadezer, king of Zobah. David killed 22,000 of the Syrians. Then David put garrisons in Syria of Damascus, and the Syrians became David's servants and brought tribute. So the Lord preserved David wherever he went. And David took the shields of gold that had belonged to the servants of Hadadezer and brought them to Jerusalem. Also from Beda and from Beratha, cities of Hadadezer, King David took a large amount of bronze. Then Tau, king of Hamath, heard that David had defeated all the army of Hadadezer. And then Tau sent Joram, his son, to King David to greet him and bless him, because he had fought against Hadadezer and defeated him, for Hadadezer had been at war with Tau. And Joram brought with him articles of silver, articles of gold, and articles of bronze. King David also dedicated to these the Lord, along with the silver and the gold that he had dedicated from all the nations which he had subdued, from Syria, from Moab, from the people of Ammon, from the Philistines, from Amalek, and from the spoil of Hadadezer, the king of Rohab, king of Jobah. And David made himself a name when he returned from killing 8,000 Syrians in the valley of Salt. He also put garrisons in Edom, throughout all Edom. He put garrisons, and all the Edomites became David's servants. And the Lord preserved David wherever he went. So David reigned over all Israel, and David administered judgment and justice to all his people. Joab the son of Zeruiah was over the army. Jehoshaphat the son of Ahilud was recorder. Zodok the son of Atub and Ahimelech the son of Abiathar were the priests. Sariah was the scribe. Benaiah the son of Jehoiada, was over both the Cherethites and the Pelethites, and David's sons were chief ministers. Chapter 9. Now David said, "Is there still anyone who is left of the house of Saul, that I may show him kindness for Jonathan's sake?" And there was a servant of the house of Saul whose name was Ziba. So when they had called him to David, the king said to him, "Are you Ziba?" He said, "At your service." Then the king said, "Is there not still someone of the house of Saul to whom I may show kindness of God?" And Ziba said to the king, "There is still a son of Jonathan who is lame in his feet." So the king said to him, "Where is he?" And Ziba said to the king, "Indeed, he is in the house of Machir, the son of Amiel, in Lo-debar." Then King David sent and brought him out of the house of Machir, the son of Amiel, from Lo-debar. Now when Mephibosheth, the son of Jonathan, the son of Saul, had come to David, he fell on his face and prostrated himself. Then David said, "Mephibosheth?" And he answered, "Here is your servant." So David said to him, "Do not fear, for I will surely show you kindness for Jonathan your father's sake, and will restore to you all the land of Saul your grandfather, and you shall eat bread at my table continually." Then he bowed himself and said, "What is your servant, that you should look upon such a dead dog as I?" And the king called to Ziba, Saul's servant, and said to him, "I have given to your master's son all that belonged to Saul, and to all his house. You therefore and your sons and your servants shall work the land for him, and you shall bring in the harvest, that your master's son may have food to eat. But Mephibosheth, your master's son, shall eat bread at my table always." Now Ziba had 15 sons and 20 servants. Then Ziba said to the king, "According to all that my lord the king has commanded his servant, so will your servant do." As for Mephibosheth, said the king, "He shall eat at my table like one of the king's sons." Mephibosheth had a young son whose name was Micah, and all who dwelt in the house of Ziba were servants of Mephibosheth. So Mephibosheth dwelt in Jerusalem, for he ate continually at the king's table, and he was lame in both his feet. Chapter 10. It happened after this that the king of the people of Ammon died, and Hunan his son reigned in his place. Then David said, "I will show kindness to Hunan the son of Nahash, as his father showed kindness to me." So David sent by the hand of his servants to comfort him concerning his father. And David's servants came into the land of the people of Ammon. And the princes of the people of Ammon said to Hunan over their land, "Lord, do you think that David really honors your father because he has sent comforters to you? Has David not rather sent his servants to you to search the city, to spy it out, and to overthrow it?" Therefore Hunan took David's servants, shaved off half of their beards, cut off their garments in the middle at their buttocks, and sent them away. When they told David, he sent to meet them, because the men were greatly ashamed. And the king said, "Wait at Jericho until your beards have grown, and then return." When the people of Ammon saw that they had made themselves repulsive to David, the people of Ammon sent and hired the Syrians of Beth-rahab and the Syrians of Zobah, 20,000 foot soldiers, and from the king of Makkah, 1,000 men, and from Ishtab, 12,000 men. Now when David heard of it, he sent Joab and all the army of the mighty men. Then the people of Ammon came out and put themselves in battle array at the entrance of the gate, and the Syrians of Zobah, Beth-rahab, Ishtab, and Maacah were by themselves in the field. When Joab saw that the battle line was against him before and behind, he chose some of Israel's best and put them in the battle array against the Syrians. And the rest of the people he put under the command of Abishai, his brother, that he might set them in battle array against the people of Ammon. Then he said, if the Syrians are too strong for me, then you shall help me. But if the people of Ammon are too strong for you, then I will come and help you. Be of good courage, and let us be strong for our people and for the cities of our God. And may the Lord be what is good in your sight, in his sight. So Joab and the people who were with him drew near for the battle against the Syrians, and they fled before him. When the people of Ammon saw that the Syrians were fleeing, they also fled before Abishai and entered the city. So Joab returned from the people of Ammon and went to Jerusalem. When the Syrians saw that they had been defeated by Israel, they gathered together. Then Hadadezer sent and brought out the Syrians who were beyond the river. And they came to Helam, and Shobek and the commander of Hadadezer's army went before them. When it was told David, he gathered all Israel, crossed over the Jordan, and came to Helam. And the Syrians set themselves in battle array against David and fought with them. And the Syrians fled before Israel, and David killed 700 charioteers and 40,000 horsemen of the Syrians, and struck Shobak, the commander of their army, who died there. And when all the kings who were servants to the Hadadezer saw that they were defeated by Israel, they made peace with Israel and served them. So the Syrians were afraid to help the people of Ammon anymore. Chapter 11. It happened in the spring of the year, at the time when kings go out to battle, that David sent Joab and his servants with him and all Israel, and they destroyed the people of Ammon and besieged Rabbah. But David remained at Jerusalem. Then it happened one evening that David arose from his bed and walked on the roof of the king's house. And from the roof he saw a woman bathing, and the woman was very beautiful to behold. So David sent and inquired about the woman. And someone said, is this not Bathsheba, the daughter of Eliam, the wife of Uriah the Hittite? Then David sent messengers and took her, and she came to him, and he lay with her, for she was cleansed from her impurity. And she returned to her house, and the woman conceived. So she sent and told David and said, I am with child. Then David sent to Joab, saying, send me Uriah the Hittite. And Joab sent Uriah to David. When Uriah had come to him, David asked how Joab was doing, and how the people were doing, and how the war prospered. And David said to Uriah, go down to your house and wash your feet. So Uriah departed from the king's house, and a gift of food from the king followed him. But Uriah slept at the door of the king's house with all the servants of his lord, and did not go down to his house. So when they told David, saying, Uriah did not go down to his house, David said to Uriah, did you not come from a journey? Why did you not go down to your house? And Uriah said to David, the ark in Israel and Judah are dwelling in tents, and my lord Joab and his servants of my lord are encamped in the open fields. Shall I then go to my house to eat and drink and lie with my wife? As you live and as your soul lives, I will not do this thing. And David said to Uriah, wait here today also, and tomorrow I will let you depart. So Uriah remained in Jerusalem that day and next. And when David called him, he ate and drank before him, and he made him drunk. And at evening he went out to lie on his bed with the servants of his lord, but he did not go down to his house. In the morning it happened that David wrote a letter to Joab and sent it by the hand of Uriah. And he wrote in the letter saying, "Set Uriah in the forefront of the hottest battle, and retreat from him, that he may be struck down and die." So it was, while Joab besieged the city, that he assigned Uriah to a place where he knew there was valiant men. Then the men of the city came out and fought with Joab, and some of the people of the servants of David fell, and Uriah the Hittite died also. Then Joab sent and told David all the things concerning the war, and charged the messenger, saying, "When you have finished telling the matters of the war to the king, if it happens that the king's wrath rises, and he says to you, 'Why did you approach so near to the city when you fought? Did you not know that they would shoot from the wall? Who struck Abimelech, the son of Jerubbesheth? Was it not a woman who cast a piece of millstone on him from the wall so that he died in Thebez? Why did you go near the wall? Then you shall say, Your servant Uriah the Hittite is dead also.'" So the messenger went and came and told David all that Joab had sent by him. And the messenger said to David, "Surely the men prevailed against us and came out to us as in the field, when we drove them back as far as the entrance of the gate. The archers shot from the wall at the servants, and some of the king's servants were dead, and your servant Uriah the Hittite is dead also." Then David said to the messenger, "Thus you shall say to Joab, 'Do not let this thing displease you, for the sword devours one as well as another. Strengthen your attack against the city and overthrow it.' So encourage him." When the wife of Uriah heard that Uriah her husband was dead, she mourned for her husband. And when her mourning was over, David sent and brought her to his house, and she became his wife and bore him a son. But the thing that David had done displeased the Lord. Chapter 12. Then the Lord said, "Nathan," to David, and he came to him and said to him, "There were two men in one city, one rich and the other poor. The rich man had exceedingly many flocks and herds, but the poor man had nothing except one little ewe lamb, which he had bought and nourished, and it grew up together with him and with his children. It ate of his own food and drank from his own cup and lay in his bosom, and it was like a daughter to him. And a traveler came to the rich man, who refused to take from his own flock and from his own herd to prepare one for the wayfaring man who had come to him. But he took the poor man's lamb and prepared it for the man who had come to him. So David's anger was greatly aroused against the man, and he said to Nathan, "As the Lord lives, the man who has done this shall surely die, and he shall restore fourfold for the lamb, because he did this thing, and because he had no pity." Then Nathan said to David, "You are the man. Thus says the Lord God of Israel, I anointed you king over Israel, and I delivered you from the hand of Saul. I gave you your master's house and your master's wives into your keeping, and gave you the house of Israel and Judah. And if that had been too little, I also would have given you much more. Why have you despised the commandment of the Lord, to do evil in his sight? You have killed Uriah the Hittite with the sword. You have taken his wife to be your wife. You have killed him with the sword of the people of Ammon. Now therefore, the sword shall never depart from your house, because you have despised me and have taken the wife of Uriah the Hittite to be your wife. Thus says the Lord, behold, I will raise up adversity against you from your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and you shall lie with your wives in the sight of this son, and he shall lie with your wives in the sight of this son. For you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel, before the sun." So David said to Nathan, "I have sinned against the Lord. And Nathan said to David, "The Lord also has put away your sin. You shall not die. However, because by the deed you have given great occasion to the enemies of the Lord to blaspheme, the child also who is born to you shall surely die." Then Nathan departed to his house. And the Lord struck the child that Uriah's wife bore to David, and it became ill. David therefore pleaded with God for the child. And David fasted and went in and lay all night on the ground. So the elders of the house arose and went in to him to raise him up from the ground. But he would not, nor did he eat food with them. Then on the seventh day it came to pass that the child died. And the servants of David were afraid to tell him that the child was dead. For they said, "Indeed, while the child was alive, we spoke to him, and he would not heed our voice. How can we tell him that the child is dead? He may do us some harm." When David saw that his servants were whispering, David perceived that the child was dead. Therefore David said to his servants, "Is the child dead?" And they said, "He is dead." So David arose from the ground, washed and anointed himself, and changed his clothes. And he went into the house of the Lord and worshipped. Then he went to his own house, and when he requested, they set food before him, and he ate. Then his servants said to him, "What is this that you have done? You fasted and wept for the child while he was alive, but when the child died, you arose and ate food." And he said, "While the child was alive, I fasted and wept, for I said, 'Who can tell whether the Lord will be gracious to me, that the child may live?' But now he is dead. Why should I fast? Can I bring him back again? I shall go to him, but he shall not return to me." Then David comforted Bathsheba his wife, and went into her and lay with her. So she bore a son, and he called his name Solomon. Now the Lord loved him, and he sent word by the hand of Nathan the prophet. So he called his name Jedediah, because of the Lord. Now Joab fought against Rabbah and the people of Ammon, and took the royal city. And Joab sent messengers to David and said, "I have fought against Rabbah, and have taken the city's water supply. Now therefore gather the rest of the people together and encamp against the city and take it, lest they take that city and it be called after my name." So David gathered all the people together and went to Rabbah, fought against it, and took it. Then he took the king's crown from his head. Its weight was a talent of gold with precious stones, and it was set on David's head. Also he brought out the spoil of the city in great abundance, and he brought out the people who were in it, and put them to work with saws and iron picks and iron axes, and made them cross over to the brick works. So he did to all the cities of the people of Ammon. Then David and all the people returned to Jerusalem. Chapter 13. After this, Absalom, the son of David, had a lovely sister, whose name was Tamar, and Ammon, the son of David, loved her. Amnon was so distressed over his sister Tamar that he became sick, for she was a virgin, and it was improper for Ammon to do anything to her. But Ammon had a friend whose name was Jonadab, the son of Shemiah, David's brother. Now Jonadab was a very crafty man, and he said to him, "Why are you, the king's son, becoming thinner day by day? Will you not tell me?" Ammon said to him, "I love Tamar, my brother Absalom's sister." So Jonadab said to him, "Lie down on your bed and pretend to be ill. And when your father comes to see you, say to him, 'Please let my sister Tamar come and give me food, and prepare the food in my sight, that I may see it and eat it from her hand.' Then Amnon lay down and pretended to be ill, and when the king came to see him, Ammon said to the king, "Please let Tamar, my sister, come and make a couple of cakes for me in my sight, that I may eat from her hand." And David sent home to Tamar, saying, "Now go to your brother Ammon's house and prepare food for him." So Tamar went to her brother Ammon's house, and he was lying down. Then she took flour and kneaded it, made cakes in his sight, and baked the cakes. And she took the pan and placed them out before him, but refused to eat. Then Ammon's son said, "Have everyone go out from me." And they all went out from him. Then Ammon said to Tamar, "Bring the food into the bedroom, that I may eat from your hand." And Tamar took the cakes which she had made and brought them to Amnon, her brother, in the bedroom. Now when she had brought them to him to eat, he took hold of her and said to her, "Come, lie with me, my sister." But she answered him, "No, my brother, do not force me, for no such thing should be done in Israel. Do not do this disgraceful thing. And I, where could I take my shame? And as for you, you would be like one of the fools in Israel. Now therefore please speak to the king, for he will not withhold me from you." However, he would not heed her voice, and being stronger than she, he forced her and lay with her. Then Ammon hated her exceedingly, so that the hatred with which he hated her was greater than the love with which he had loved her. And Ammon said to her, "Arise, be gone." So she said to him, "No, indeed, this evil of sending me away is worse than the other that you did to me." But he would not listen to her. Then he called his servant who attended him and said, "Here, put this woman out away from me, and bolt the door behind her." Now she had on a robe of many colors, for the king's virgin daughters wore such apparel. And his servant put her out and bolted the door behind her. Then Tamar put ashes on her head and tore her robe of many colors that was on her, and laid her hand on her head, and went away crying bitterly. And Absalom, her brother, said to her, "Has Ammon your brother been with you? But now hold your peace, my sister. He is your brother. Do not take this thing to heart." So Tamar remained desolate in her brother Absalom's house. But when King David heard of all these things, he was very angry. And Absalom spoke to his brother Amnon, neither good nor bad, for Absalom hated Amnon, because he had forced his sister Tamar. And it came to pass, after 2 full years, that Absalom had sheep shears in Baal Hazor, which is near Ephraim. So Absalom invited all the king's sons. Then Absalom came to the king and said, "Kindly note, your servant has sheep shearers. Please let the king and his servants go with your servant." But the king said to Absalom, "No, my son, let us not all go now, lest we be a burden to you." Then he urged him, but he would not go, and blessed him. And Absalom said, "If not, please let my brother Ammon go with us." And the king said to him, "Why should he go with you?" But Absalom urged him. So he let Ammon and all the king's sons go with him. Now Absalom had commanded his servants, saying, "Watch now, when Ammon's heart is merry with wine, and when I say to you, 'Strike Ammon,' then kill him. Do not be afraid. Have I not commanded you? Be courageous and valiant." So the servants of Absalom did to Amnon as Absalom had commanded. Then all the king's sons arose, and each one got on his mule and fled. Then it came to pass, while they were on the way, that news came to David, saying, "Absalom has killed all the king's sons, and not one of them is left." So the king arose and tore his garments, and lay on the ground, and all his servants stood with their clothes torn. Then Jonadab, the son of Shemaiah, David's brother, answered and said, "Let not my lord suppose they have killed all the young men, the king's son, for only Amnon is dead. For by the command of Absalom, this has been determined from the day that he forced his sister Tamar. Now therefore let not my lord the king take the thing to his heart, to think that all the king's sons are dead, for only Amnon is dead." Then Absalom fled, and the young man who was keeping watch lifted his eyes and looked, and there many people were coming from the road on the hillside behind him. And Jonadab said to the king, "Look, the king's sons are coming, as your servant said, so it is." So it was, as soon as he had finished speaking, that the king's sons indeed came, and they lifted up their voice and wept. Also the king and all his sons wept very bitterly. But Absalom fled and went to Talmai, the son of Ammihud, king of Geshur, and David mourned for his son every day. So Absalom fled and went to Geshur, and was there 3 years. And King David longed to go to Absalom, for he had been comforted concerning Amnon, because he was dead. Chapter 14. So Joab the son of Zeruiah perceived that the king's heart was concerned about Absalom, and Joab sent to Tekiah and brought from there a wise woman, and said to her, "Please pretend to be a mourner, and put on mourning apparel. Do not anoint yourself with oil, but act like a woman who has been mourning a long time for the dead. Go to the king and speak to him in this manner." So Joab put the words in her mouth. And then when the woman of Tekoa spoke to the king, she fell on her face to the ground and prostrated herself and said, "Help, O king." Then the king said to her, "What troubles you?" And she answered, "Indeed, I am a widow. My husband is dead. Now your maidservant had 2 sons, and the 2 fought with each other in the field, and there was no one to part them, but the one struck the other and killed him. And now the whole family has risen up against your maidservant, and they said, 'Deliver him who struck his brother, that we may execute him for the life of his brother whom he killed. And we will destroy the heir also.' So they would extinguish my ember that is left, and leave my husband neither name nor remnant on the earth." Then the king said to the woman, "Go to your house, and I will give orders concerning you." And when the woman of Tekoa said to the king, "O Lord, O king, let the iniquity be on me and on my father's house, and the king and his throne be guiltless." So the king said, "Whoever says anything to you, bring him to me, and he shall not touch you any more." Then she said, "Please, let the king remember the Lord your God, and do not permit the avenger of blood to destroy any more, lest they destroy my son." And he said, "As the Lord lives, let not one hair of your son shall fall to the ground." Therefore the woman said, "Please let your maidservant speak another word to my lord and king." And he said, "Say on." So the woman said, "Why then have you schemed such a thing against the people of God? For the king speaks thus thing as one who is guilty, and that the king does not bring his banished one home again. For we will surely die and become like water spilled on the ground, which cannot be gathered up again. Yet God does not take away a life, but he devises means so that he banished ones are not expelled from him. Now therefore I have come to speak of this thing to my lord the king, because the people have made me afraid." And your maidservant said, "I will not speak to the king. It may be that the king will perform the request of his maidservant. For the king will hear and deliver his maidservant from the hand of the man who would destroy me and my son together from the inheritance of God." Your maidservant said, "The word of my lord the king will now be comforting. For as the angel of God, so is my lord the king in discerning good and evil. And may the Lord your God be with you." Then the king answered and said to the woman, "Please do not hide from me anything that I ask you." And the woman said, "Please let my lord the king speak." So the king said, "Is the hand of Joab with you in all this?" And the woman answered and said, "As you live, my lord the king, no one can turn to the right hand or to the left from anything that my lord the king has spoken. For your servant Joab commanded me, and you put all these words in my mouth and your maidservant. To bring about this change of affairs, your servant Joab has done this thing. But my Lord is wise according to the wisdom of the angel of God, not to know everything that is in the earth. And the king said to Joab, all right, I have granted this thing. Go therefore, bring back the young man Absalom. Then Joab fell to the ground on his face and bowed himself and thanked the king. And Joab said, today your servant knows that I have found favor in your sight, my lord, my king, and that the king has fulfilled the request of his servant. So Joab arose and went to Geshur and brought Absalom to Jerusalem. And the king said, let him return to his own house, but do not let him see my face. So Absalom returned to his own house, but did not see the king's face. Now in all Israel there was no one who was praised so much as Absalom for his good looks. From the sole of his foot to the crown of his head, there was no blemish in him. And when he cut the hair of his head at the end of every year, he cut it because it was heavy on him. Then he cut it. He weighed the hair of his head at 200 shekels, according to the king's standard. To Absalom were born 3 sons and 1 daughter, whose name was Tamar. She was a woman of beautiful appearance. And Absalom dwelt 2 full years in Jerusalem, but did not see the king's face. Therefore Absalom sent for Joab to send him to the king, but he would not come to him. And when he sent again the second time, he would not come. So he said to his servants, see, Joab's field is near mine, and he has barley there. Go and set it on fire. And Absalom's servants set the field on fire. And Joab arose and came to Absalom's house and said to him, why have your servants set my field on fire? And Absalom answered Joab, look, I sent to you, saying, come here, so that I may send you to the king, to say, why have I come from Geshur? It would be better for me to be there still. Now therefore, let me see the king's face. But if there is iniquity in me, let him execute me. So Joab went to the king and told him. And when he had called for Absalom, he came to the king and bowed himself on his face to the ground before the king. Then the king kissed Absalom. Rabadabasa Salidavi. Adonde de Viana Nanamasa. Larabarebe de Biorabawun Nanamasi Salidaveo. Rebede Biorobaramasi Salidavi. Robede Biorabaramanamasi Salidavi. Aduraboramanami Yonomo and Neananama. Aduraboramanami Yonomo Nananamasi. Rebede Biosa Lidavia, Lariara Varamanama. Aduruburibi Yoroboramanama. Aduruburibi Yoroboramanama. Salara Barebede Yorobouni. Salara Barebede Yorobouni. Aduruburibi Yoroboramanamianamasa. Alara Varamaname. Robede Bio Nunumusa. Adara Barebede Yoroboana Nanamasa. Arrividi Bioroboremenemi Yonomoania. Aloroborevede Bioroboramenemani. Alaraba ano Saledavi. Alaraba ano Saledavi. Aduruburebo Saledavia. Rabedebe endere Aravasi. Rabedebe endere Viaravasi. Aduruboremenemi Yonomoania Nananama. Aduruboremenemi Yonomoania Nananamase. Aduruborabede Bio Nananamusa. Alorabo Nananamasi. Arribidibio Ludabu Una Salarava. Alaraba Andere Inda Salidavi. Arubidibio Nananamasa. Larava Remo Salidavi. Arobidibio Ludavu Una Salaravasa. Adurabidibio Nananamose. Aloraba Ondiraviaravasa. Arobidibio Nananamusia. Aloraba Remo Salidavi. Alarabahando Salidavi. Aduruvurema Namionomo Ania Nananama. Aduruvoremo nanamia nananamase. Loroboroma salida ende anadiano soloravu. Larabarabarabi oroboremenemi oromoni. Larabarabarabi oroboremenemi oromoni. Doroboramanemi oromoni ananama. Shio laravasa salidavia. Shio laravasa salidavia. Adurubiribi oroboramanemi oromone. Adurubiribi oroboramanemi oromone. Laraba ano salidavia. Rabadeba asalareve. Shio nununumusa salarava. Rabadebe anderevisa. Aduruvoroma salaraba ani nununumuse. Aduruvoramanamionamoni. Aduruvoramanamionamoni. Aloroboromanamionamonea. Rabadebe esulirevi. Aduruvoramanamionamoni nananamasa. Aduruvoramanamionamoni nananamasa. Rabadebe esulirevi sihoravose. No shanananamasi sulerevio. Aloroboramanami urubureberebiararaba. Aduruburibibi urubureberebi uruburabarabi. No, musi. Aloroboramanami urumone. Aduruburibibi uruburaberebi nananama. Adurubureberebi urubosa sulerevi. Aduruburibibi urubosa sulerevi. Laraba nananamase. Adurubureberebi uruboani. Aduruburaberebi uruboani. Araberebi eleri ananamaso. Luruburibibi urubaramanami unamonea. Adurubureberebi urubaramanami unamonea. Raberebe esi uruvosa. Raberebe esi uruvosa. Vibiribi usulirivi. Robere bio salarava ani no muse. Rabere bio na masi. Do salarava ano salareveo. Robere bio na ma. Alurabo ne salarevia. Lara barabere biorabo. Alara baraba de biorabo anea. Aduraburi biri biorabo ramana musa. Revereve esalivia. Shalu lurabu unda. Loraba Roma salerevea. Loraba remo sananamasia. Shalu lurabu onda. Raberebe enda salerevia. Luraburi biri biorabo ramene masi. Shio nananamasi. Luruburi biri biorabo unananamasi. Daraba Roma silereve endo silereviarava are. Arovere biorabo ramane masi. Rabireba asilerevano. Aduribiri biorabo ramane mio no musa. Arovere biorabo remene biorabo ania na mane. Rabere bio lorobo una. Alara barama silerevi. Alara varama silerevi. Aduru vorobere bioro vorebere bio na masi. Rabere bioro vorebere bioro voramana miana mane. Sali aliri bioro vosa. Allora varamana mioro monia. Shalurubu salaravaso silirevia. Do salaravaano silirevea. Reverebi oroboramanami oromoania nananama. Duruburibidibi oroboraverebi oroboania nananamase. Roberebi oroboona silarava. Roberebi oroboona silarava. Alarabaramani onomoni. Alarabaramani onomoni. Dosha laravasa selerevea. Shalurabu un daravaani. Shalurabu un daravaani. Leravioraba una selerevia. Shalaraba ande selerevia. Reberebioraba una selaravanea. Lorabarama selereveo. Aduravarima selerevia. Lorabaremenemi onomo. Aduravaremenemi onomoania. Aduravaremenemi onomoania. Roberebi oroboramenemasia. Aduravarebi oroboana nanamasa. Aduravaremenemi nanamasa. Reberebi oroboani. Lurabu usaderevia. Laraveremo saderevia. Rabadaba asalerevo. Rabadaba asalerevo. Ribidibiorabo una salarava ani. Aduribiribiorabo masia. Lorobo ondarava ano salaravasia. Lurabiribio nananamasa. Shalidivi isalidivi. Ribidivio nananamasi salidivi. Robidibiora baramanemiora moania. Shalurabu usalaravasa. Anduraburibidibiora baramanemasi. Lorobarova salaravano. Salidivi sioravano nununumuse. Salutabu usiderevia anananamasia. Salutabu unda salarava. Aduruvu ribi dibi orabo ramanami onomo anea. Shio salaravasia. Aduruvu ribi dibi orabo ramanami anamane. Alorobo rebe dibi orabo ramanami onomo ane. Aduruvu ribi dibi orabo ramanami onomo ana no 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 mo ane. Rabidibi orabo ramanami onomo ana lariaravania. Adurvariva Saledavia. Rabideba Asaledavia. Adurvaroma Saledavia. Adurvaroma Saledavia. Arovedabio Saledavia. Adurabadabiorabadabadaba Saladayarava. Aduraburibidibioraboroom and Amionomoanea. Ravidabiedavesa Saledavia. Ravidaviedavesa Saledavia. Shalorovosa Sananamasia. Duruvure Menemionomoanea. Duruvure Menemionomoanea. Rabidabio Silidavia. Rabidabio Silidavia. Aduruburibidibioroboramanami. Aduruburibidibioroboramanami. Anu no 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 musa. Anu no 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 musa. Aloroborebidibosa. Aloroborebidibosa. Shalurubuundidivese. Lara baremene mi ona moane. Alu saluda vuone. Lora buona sanana masi. Aluda vuribo shanana maso. Lara brama saledeve. Aluda bidi biora baramana miona moani. Shaluda vuosaledeva. Ashaluda vuosaledeva. Shalara baando. Adere veende. Ari bidi biorabo. Rabide biarama ani. Alorobo revere biorobo ana. Alorobo revere biorobo ana. Salire vi is salire biorobo salaravase. Lorobo wunde salarava. Shio no musia. Andure veremo sananama. Andure veri biri biorobo. Lorobo rama salarava. Shio no musia salire viho. Lorobo roma sananamasi. Reverebe salire viho. Lorobo roma. Lorobo roma. Shio nananamasi. Shio nananamasi. Lorobo ando salaravasi. Bibidibio, no, 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 mosa. A bibidibio, no, 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 mosa. A dudabarebie, let it ani. A lodabaram, enemio, no, 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 musia. Bibidibio, selarava. Shalurabu unda. Salutabu usilerevese. Shalorabu unanamasi. Alorabu unanamasi. Alorabu unanamasi. Andidivi in Roberabio lanamasi. Adurabaribidibi ereba ananama. Shalaraba asalidavi. Aduruburemenebio nananamasi. Aluruburibidibi orobaramanami onamoanea. Larabarabarebio salarabasi sananamasa. Shio nununamusia. Shio nununamusia. Salurabu una salaravase. Adurubereberebio una sananama. Shaluruburibidibi orobosia. Aluruburiba salarava. Adonderi ando salaravi. Aloroboraberebiereba ani sananamasa. Alo shalarabiereve. Laraba andiri ando. Laraba andiri ando. Salururemo nananamasi. Alorabereberebiarabasi. Shaloraba andi. Shalorabo andi silereva. Sio no 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 musi. Shalurabo usilaravasi. Laraba ananamasa. Shalurabo una salaravasi. Liribi in nananamisa. Liribi in nananamisa. Rabadaba asilarava. Andurvaribirimi yoramoania. Roerebi yoravo sasilavia. Don dirivi in nananamasi. Rabadaba nananamasa. Dosalaravasa silireve. Rabadabio nunumusa silireve. Rabadabe esilirevia. Shalu lurabu unde. Lo no 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 mo ni. Lo no 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 mo ni. Shalutable onda saledavea. Rovere bio na 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 masi. A loro berrebo saledavea. Adorable Roma saledavea. Aduraburi biora varamanami. Rovere bio laraba ani saledavea. Dos larava ano sananamasi. Allora bawuna saledavea. Rovere biora boani. Shiaraba ani saledavea. Rovere bio nananamusa. Rovere bio nananamusa. Lora barebe rebio, nunana mosi sili revia. Rovere biora boani. Rovere biana nanana maso. Ribidi bi isili revi. Adura varamana miona monea. Adura varamana miona monea. Rovere biora borabere basi. Adura borebere biora borabere basi. Loraba osa laravasa. Shaluraba unanamasi. Do nununamusa salarava. Shaluraba unanamasi. Aduravaramana me enanamasi. Shaluraba unanamaso. Do salarabi. Aloraba remene mionamo. Sio nananamasi. Shalaraba asi silidevi. Shiorabo aselereve. Saludabo unda salaravasa. Dondere inda sananamasi. Rovere vio lanamani. Andure voremo nananamasa. Saludabo nananamasi. Saludabo nananamasi. Saludabo nananamasi. Loroboremo salereve. Saludabo ribiribisa. Saludabo unda salereve. Saludabo ribiribiorabo une. Rabadeba ananamasi. Saludabo remene mionamoania. Adurubureberebi Orobonia Nananama. Adosoloroboone. Adosoloroboone. Shaleriaravio Nananamasi. Ari bibiribi Oroboramanami Uramone Nananama. Rabideba Asalereve. Shalura Verdemo Sananamasa. Dundiriviona Salerevi. Reverebio Salerava. Aduraburemo Sananamia. Shalura Buribiora Bosi. Salarava Ani Nemia. Roverebiora Boramanema. Roverebiora Boramanema. Salutable one. Lora Beremenemi O Nananamasa. Raberebe Salerevi. Roberebi yoda baramanami. Siho no 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 musa. I do the bidi yoda baramanami. Saludable o nananamasa. Donde devi ananamasi. Allora borremo ananama. Roberebi yo lurevusa. Allora yo nananamasi. Raberebi oro ramenemi o nananamasi siderevi. Roberebi oro ramenemi. Allo loro raberebi oro boa nananama. Roberebi siderevi. Rabereba asalarava. Rabereba asalaravasa. Aluraberibi orabasa. Raberebe esalarevi. Shalurabo uondere visa. Rovere bio nananamasi. Aduruvere menemi o nananamasi. Ra berebe enenenamasi. Shalurabo rama silerevi. Loro Roma silereve enda. Salaraba ananamasi. Shalurabo remo silerevi. Shalurabo wunde silaravasi. Vabereva asilereve. Shiorabo wunde silaravasa. Shalurabo usilereve. Soloraba ananamose. Loraba Roma silerevi. Adureverebio nananama. Shalurubu Underava Ani. Shalaraba Anderevese. Aruberevio Nanami. Roverevio Ani. Roverevio Asalaravania. Aduruberevio Ramanemi. Arrivederevio Boane. Allora verremo. Shalura Boana Nanamasia. Ribidibiisi Uravona Salarava. Satirivio Nanamasi. Allora verremo mionamo. Larava Ananamasi. Adurubidibidibio Boane. Duruveremene mionamania. Allora verremo bo. Aduruvarama Salerevia. Ravidebe esi Yorovo. Ro Ramanama Nanamasa. Ro Vedevosha Silidevi. Adurubure Vedemia Nanamasa. Ro Vedevi Orobo Nananamasi. Ari Bibidibi Orobaramamio no mo. Larabarabio Ledeve. Revedevio Nananamaso. Rovere viore voravere vase. Adurubiri viore voravara vio nananama. Ravere vase. Ravere vasa silere vi. Adurubiri viribi iliria nananamaso silerevo. Adurubiri ilirivia nananamaso silerevo. Rovere viore vorevere mi. Adurubiri viribi ora varavere vi. Larava asilere via. Adurubarabare biorabo. Adurabarabare biorabo. Adurabarabare bio nananamasia. Alu nananamaso silere via. Anu nananamaso silere via. Arobere bioroboano. Arobere bioroboano. Alirivi iliria nananama. Alirivi lidivia nananama. Robere biorobo ramene masia. Shaloraba nananamane. Rabere ba asilere. Solorobo Roma Sudereva. Shalurabu Undiviana Namase. Ludivio no Musa Salaravanea. Shalarabaan Nananamasi. Shalarabaan Nananamasi. Rebe esa Salarava. Anduru Ribimio no Musa. Aduru Ribimio no Musa. Alara Barabioro Remene Messi. Aduru Ribimio Baramana Miono Monemene Messi. Rabbe Esioro Vosa. Rabbe Esulivi. Shalurabu Nanamasa. Aduru Ribimio Baramana Mia. Aduru Ribimio Baramana Mia Nananama. Lara Burrebo, Lara Aria, Nananamasi. Robere Biorobo Shatsulerava. Aduribiri Biorobaremenemia. Nananamasi. Aluribadamanamio, Nananamusa. Shalaraba, Nananamasi. Shalurabu, Nananamasi. Rabbe Esulivia. Ro robere bi isidiri via. Aduru barabere be enanamasia. Loro baramere mani. Robere bio nananamasia. Robere be enanamasia. Shaluru biri bioro baramane masa. Aduru biri bioro baramane maso. Robere bia nananama. Robere bio nananamasia. Shalere endere viara vase. Shioro baroma sudere via. Aduru veremo solera vasia. Loro baroma sudere via. Loro bo nananamasia. Rabere be esudere vio. Robere be esudere via. Aduru veribiri biora bona. Shalara ba ano sananamasia. Lora baraba de basa sili de via. A duruveri me mi o nanamasa. Lora barebe de be isi de via. A duruvere me mi o nanamasa. A duruvere de be yorobosa salarava. Shalorabo o nananamasa. Laraba nananamase. Rabadeba eselerevio no musa. Roberebi yorabarabarabiya nananamasa. Zorabaram nananamasi. Rabadeba nananamasa sulereve. Rabadeba sulereve. Duruburibi yorabaramaniyo nananamu. Lorabarabiyo nananamusa. Aduruburibi yorabaramanime. Aduraburi bidibi orobaramane moania. Aduraburi bidibi na masa. A lidivi is a lidivio. Laraba ananamasi. Shaluraba unanamasi. Lorabuania salaravasa. Roverebio nananamasi. Adurabiribiribio nananama. Shalurabu onanamasa. Loraberemo ananama anis lidivio. Loraberebie nananamasi. Shalurabu underevasi. Shalurabu underevasi. Larabaani. Aludabuona sanana namaso. Reberebio nananamasi. Arribidibiodabuo nananamaso. Larabaa nananamasa. Duruburibiribio nananamasi. Adosa derevi. Raberebe endereviorovosa. Ribiribi isadirevi. Allora vorrebbe endere anda. Raberebe esadirevi. Raberebe ananamasa. Aduruburibi oroborebisa. Alarabano sadirevi. Adurubureme nemio nananamusa. Adoreremos la via. Lorabawuna nanamasia. Aribidibi inanamisa salarava. Roberabio lanamasia. Adurivaramanama. Rebereba nanamasa. Rabereba and the revio no musia. Durivaramanama nanamasa. Durivaribidibi orabaramanami nananama. Shalurabu usirivia. Shalurabu une. Shalurabu onde. Shalurabu onde. Rabarabiela yaraharo no musia. Saluraba nanamasa. Roberabi isa dirivia. Lara baremene me nanamasi. Shalurabo o nananamasi. Larabaan nananamasa. Anduruburibi yoraboramanamasi. Aloraboramaname nananamasa. Alarabaan nananamasa. Rabadabaan dadavasa. Aloraboona salaravasi. Adurivirivi yoraboani. Adurivirivi yoraboani. Aluruburibi yoraborabadabasa. Shalarabaan duravose. Shalurubu usadirivi. Larabaano sadireve. Shalaraba andoravosa. Laraba anderevisa. Arrividibi isalidivi. Alurubidibidibio. Laraba ani salidivio. Do shalaravasi. Lorava osalidivi. Shalurabu underavia nananamasa. Aro rabidebe nananamasa. Rabidebe asalidivi. Shalurabu osalidivi. Shalurabu unde. Shalurabu unde. Laraba ananamasa. Allora breve via nananamasa. Lo Salaravasa. Revere be andere vio no musa. Lorabo wondere vasa. Lereve ananamasa. Rovere biorabo wuni. Anduruviribi bion ananamasi. Rabere ba ananamasa. Lorabo osa lereve. Adurubiribi biorabo rabare basi. Adurubiribi bion no musa salerevi. Rabere bie lereve ani. Lara vie lereviani. Adurubiribi biorabo rabare basa. Adu no musi. Ravereve essa lerevio no musa. Lo salaravia. Adurubiribiribio nananamasia. Roverebi isilirivia. Sioramo unda salarava. Saludable undervese. Luruburibiribio nananamasa. Rabireba asilirivia. Adurubiribiribio nananamasa. Shiorobouna salaravasi silirivia. Anduruvure menemi nananamasa. Adurubiribiribio nananamusia. Aribiribio laramaani. Aribiribio laramaani. Adurubiribiribio nananamasa. Shalurubu usilirivisa. Salurubu usa. Rabireba asilirive. Lorubu unanamasi. Solarabaano silirivia. Salirivi nananamasi. Duruvuremene mio nananamasa. Shaluraba andaravasa. Loroboroma sananamasi. Aduriviribi yorobo una. Shalurabo ursalerevese. Andundiribi nananamasi. Alo lorobo unananamonia. Aribi yorobo ramanami yoromoene. Dandaravahari. Shalurabo unda. Shalurabo unda. Rabideba asilerevi. Rabideba asilerevi. Shalurabu unanamasi. Rabideba asilerevi. Duruvuribibi yorobosa. Shalaraba ani selereveo. Duruvuribibi yorobooni. Shiorobosa silerevi. Dondereva ande selerevisa. Arribidibi oroborom enemio musia. La la rabiana nananamanea musa. Duruvuribidibi oroboramane masa. Loroboreberebi orobosia. Ribidi sidibi. Shio na 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 namasa. No sidibi inda. Rabideba asidibi. Duruburibidibi orabaramani. Luduvuribo sidibi. Shioraba Roma sidibi. Shaloraba Roma sidibi. Duruburibidibi orabaramana maana. Rabidibi sidibi. Rovereve es laravasi slirevi. Dundidevi islirevi. Rabideba as laravasa. Shalurebu undereviane. Shalurebu undereviane. Alurebudibidibi orabaramane maso. Alurebudibidibi orabaramane masi. Shioraboramane maana nanamasa. Shiora bara menamiana nanamasa. Aduruvuri biribiosa larava. Lorabo neneniane selerevio. Reverevi sioravosa. Romenemio nenemusa. Rabadaba asalidavia. Aduravaribidibio nananamasa. Allora baossa della via. Allora bo remene masia. Aduravo rividivisa. Lo laraba nananamasa. Rabere baossa della via anananamasa. Adurabidibio nananama. Allora vorrebidibio nananamase. Adurabidibio rabarabasi. Roverebio rabarabidibio. Adurabidibio rabarabidibio. Rabaribiasa della via. Donde deva ananamasa. Roverebio larabaniasa della via. Ribidibio rabaramanianama. Allurabidibio rabaramanianamasia. Rabariba asa della via. Shalurabu unde. Shalurabu unde. Laraba ando silidivi. Saludable undiravasia. Lorabo unanamasa. Rabadeba andiravasa silideve. Saludable undiviona sanananamase. Rabadebi oroboania. Luluburibidibion nananamusa. Anduruburibidibion nananamusa. Larabarebedebi usidivia. Rabadeba ananamasia. Ribidibi isidivio. Saluduburibidibi orobosa. Lorabo usidivia. Adurabarebedebio nananamasia. Laraba andoravosa. Adurabarabarabio rabaramanabion nananamusia. Adurabarabarabi orabarabarabasa. Lereve enda de vianama. Alorabareberebi. Adurabarabi orabaramanamie nananama. Roberabio lurabusa. Adurabari mamamamisha. Lorabo wosa larava ani. Aduruvure manamiana nanamasa. Dosha laravasi. Duruburibidibiorobaramasi. Shalaraba ando nununumu. Aduribidibiorobarabasa. Aduribidibidibisa. Alurubidibidibiorabaramasi. Shalurubuunde ananamasa. Shalurubu usilidivia. Alurubidibidibiorabosasilidivia. Robidibi esilidive. Adurubidibidibiorabarabasa. Alurubuunde. Alurubuuna silaravasi. Rabba asilideve. Shalurubusa silidevia. And Ludabu usa silidevio. And Dudavudebiona moania. Rovedebiora boramene masi. Ludabidibio nananamasi silideve. Donde di ando musa. Adonde de vi ando musa. Rebede bi yada yada baharo. Do shalaravani. Lorabo o nananamani. Shalara baharo musa. Shalaraba ande. Ludabuuna sananamasi. Laraba nananamaso. Ludaburibidibio salereve. Lorabo wo nananamasa. Durubiribiribio raboramanamio namo nia nananama. Shalurubusa salereve. Shalurubusa salereve. Durabo nananamasa. Roverebio salereva. Lorabona salereve. Adurabureberebiorabose. Rabereba aselereve. Rabereba ananamase. Adurabureberebioroboramanamio nununamusi. Raberebe eselerevia. Alurabureberebioroborabarebasa. Adurabureberebiorobosa. Adurabureberebioroboramanamasi. Adurabureberebioroboramanamamusa. Adurabureberebioroboramanamamusa. Adurabureberebioroboraravane. Roberebe eselerevia. Adurabureberebioroboramanamasi. Lorabawuna selereve. Lorabereberebio nananama. Roberebio salaravia shio nananamasa. Luruberebio raberebasi. Raberebe eselereve. Laraba anderevasa. Rabidebe eslidevi. Aduruvuribidibi yoroboramene masa. Robidebosa larava. Adurubiribidibisa. Loraborebo slidevi. Aduruvuribidibi yoroboramene maso. Rebidebe eslidevi. Sio nananamasa. Aduruvuribidibi yorobosa. Aduruvuribidibi yorobosa slia. Aduruvuribidibi yorobosa slia slideve. Ro ramanama ananamasa. Saluruburibidibi yorobarabadabio lidevia. Lorabosa slidevia. Lidi viora boramineme. Adura borabere biorabo. Arribiri bierebani. Andu salereveani. Loraba ando salereve. Shiorabo salarava. Adurabo ena salerevia. Lorabo una. Adurabo revere ananama. Adunireve enanamia nananama. Shalurabo usa. Aduravo enanamasi. Aduravo enanamasi. Ribidi orabora berebe. Aluraburi biribisa. A little bit yo salerave. Vabere ba asalerave. Shio no 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 musi. Shio no 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 musi sulirevi. Adura bore bere biora baramana miya na 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 ma. Lara baramana me. Lara baramana me. Adura bore bere biora barabara basi. Shalura bu usalerave. Adura bore bere biora bosa. Shalara bahani. Shalura bu unda. Shatu sananamasi. Shalura bu salerave. Lora bu remo sananami. Adura bu ribiri biora barabarabaso. Dos salaravasi. Shalu lurubusa salerave. Laraba anderevi. Lura bu ribiri biora bosa salerava. Lorobo salarava. Adurabo reberebi orobo si. Lorobo remo saliravi. Shiorobo sa salirave. Adurabo reberebi orobo. Luruburibi si orobo sa. Do salarava ani saliravi. Adurabo rabarabio. Shalurabu unde. Shalurabu unde salarava. Larabarabi orobarebi o no 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 musi. Dorabarabi o na 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 ma. Adurabarabi o na 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 ma. Adurabarabi orobo sasalirevia. Adurabarabi orobaramani o na 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 me. Lurabarabi orobarabi o na 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 ma. Larabarabi orobarebi sa. Ravidebe esalidavi. Rividebi yorabuoni. Duruvidibi yorabosa. Laraba ananamase. Duruvidibi yorabara meneme. Luruburibidibi osalarava. Roverebosha. Lorabos laravasa. Ribidibio saliravi nananamasi. Ribidibi osaliravi. Duruburibidibi yorabarabaso. Aduribidibi unanamasa. Aduribidibi yorabaramanamasya. Luruburibidibi yorabaramanaviyo nananami. Adosalaravase. Shalurabo salarava. Laraba ananamasi suirivi. Lorabore berebi enemy. Durubure berebi orabosa. Shalu lurubu wundirivia. Rabere basa leravi. Ando salaravasi. Re lirivi indirivi orovose. Lorobo osalarava. Aduruburibi orabosa. Shalu salarava. Saludable osa. Shalaravasa sulereve. Lo shalaravani. Rabere basalereve. Aduruburibi yorobaramene masa. Aduruburabe yoroba unananamosa. Rabere bierebe. Rabere bierebe. Shalarava asalereve. Shalurabu unda salarava. Shalurabu unda salarava. Rebere bioraba une asalirevi. Daraba anananamase. Shalaraba anunumusa. Duruvaribiribio salarava. Aribiribi isalirivio. Duruvarebiribioraba unananamasi. Larabarebiribio salarivia. Duruvaribiribioraba ramerema. Duruvarema salarivia. Luruvaribiribiorobosa. Duruvaribiribiorobosa. Salaraba aso salereve. Shalurabu nananamasa. Dorabu nananamasi. Dosa yarava ani. Adurabiribi yorabu ani. Shalurabu salereve. Shalu. Shalurabu salerevia. Salutabu salereveo. Shalurava ani. Arubirebi yorabu ani. Alurabiribi yorabosa. Rabireba salereve. Shalurabu unde. Shalurabu unde. Shiorabo salarava. Ribiribio salereve. Aduraburabiribio salereve. Shiorobaramene mianama. Adurubiribiyorobarabarabasi. Allah na 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 masa. Adurabareberibioroboani. Allo salideve. Shalaraba ando salideve. Sio nananamasi. Rabidebu salaravi. Aduruvaremene mionamoanea. Aduruvareberebioroboania. Alurubureberebiorobosa. Shaluluravusa salideve. Lorabo or nananamasi. Alarabaani. Alarabaani. Saludaba ananamasa. Alurabaraberebio nananamasi. Luruvuribiribiyoraboramanami enanamasa. Aduruvuribiribiyo nananamuse. Aluruvuribiribiyorabawa nananamasa. Alorabose. Luruvuribiribi isidirivi. Aduruvuriminimiyo nananamusa. Shalaraba asileravi. Shalurubu ondiriviana nanamase. Shalaraba asilereve. Aduruburibibi oroboram enemy. Adurubureberebio nananamasi. Ribidibi oroboano. Larabaraba. Larabaraba. Shalarabaso silereve. Luruburibo silaravi. Shiarabaando. Ribidibi isilirivio. Salurabu usilirive. Sioravo silirive. Shalurabu usa. Alorabo usilarava. Lorovo o Salarava. Solorobo unde Salereve. Shiorovo sa Salerava. Shalurabo unde Saleravi. Adurabu unda Saleravi. Raberebi Orobo Raberebe. Adonde de Viorovo una nanama. Lorovosa. Shalurabu unde de Yasi. Adu Saleravi. Alorabo una nanamasi. Shiorobo Salaravasa. Lurubusa Saleravi. Shalarabaso. Shalarabaso. Shiona nanamasi. Shiorobo roba Salarava. Adonde de viende ananamasi. Rabarebasa Salereve. Adurubiribi yorobarabi. Alurubiribi yorobo. Larava ananamasi. Alorabiribi yorobosi. Alurubiribi yorobaramaniananama. Alorabo osalaravasi. Adurubiribi yorobo ananama. Adorabiribi olurabosa. Alurubiribisa saliravia. Aloraboro laraba nananamasa. Dosa laravasi salaraveo. Arurubiribi yorobosa. Alorabo udananamasi. Rabirebe salaravi. Robiribi o nananamusa. Alorabiribi yorobosi. Shalaraba no 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 musa. Shio na na namasa. Durubiribio na na namasi. Roberabio larabaso. Ribiribio salarava. Shalu salaravasi. Ludibiribiribio salarava. Anananamasi. Durubiribiribio rabarabasi. Durubiribiribio rabo. Lorabarabiribio raboani. Dos salaravasi. Shalurabuusa. Shalurabusa. Aduravarema saliravia. Dos salaravasi. Aluraburi biribiorabo. Aluraborabasa. Ribiribi isaliravia. Shala larabano sananamasi. Shala larabano sananamasi. Ribiribi oraborameremea. Aduruburibi yorobosa. Aduruburibi yo shalaravasa. Reverebie laravasi. Aduruburibi yorobosa suleravia. Shiorabo usa suleravia. Shalurabo usa laravia. Rabereba suleravia. Shalaraba ananamaso. Aduruburibi yerebe. Aduruburibi yerabano. Loraboreberebi yarabani. Aduruburibi yorabara menamio no 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 musa. Alurabu usa salereve. Aduruburibi yo salarava ani. Aduruburibi yorabosa salerava. Roberebosa. Roberebo osa larava. Rabadaba esalidavi. Shaludaba unananamasi. Shaludaba unananamasi. Larava asalidaveo. Shalaraba ando salidavi. Aludaburibidibi urabawani. Shio salaravasi. Loraborebo salaravia. Aduraburibidibi nananamasi. Lorobosa Solidavi. Alorobosa Solidavi. Aduruburibi Oroboramanami Onomonea. Adurubu Rabadabi Oroboanea. Rabadabe Nananame. Aluruburibi Salaravasi. Aduruvo Salaravasa. Aduruburibi Orobooni. Alorobo O Nananamasi. Lorobo Salaravasi Sunanamia. Roberebi Oroboni. Roberebi Oroboni. Siorabaano Sananamasi. Shalaraba Asileveo. Laraba Asileve. Ro Rababasha Salaravasi. Alirivi Nananamaso. Shalorobo unanamasa. Shiorobo unda salarava. Rabidebe esalidevi. Dondereva andaravasa. Aduruburibidibi oroboramanami. Lo salaravase. Aroberebio nananamasi. Loroboraberebase. Aduruburibidibisa. Loroborebo. Aduruburibidibi isadidivi. Salu lurabo ona. Lurabo nananamasi. Are reberebio salarava. Aduruburibidibi oroboramanamie nananame. Aduruburibidibi nanama le salereve. Ro shalerevi. Shalaraba anderevasi. Aduruburibidibi orobouna salarava. Aluruburibidibi oroboani salirevi. Alaraba ando salarava. Aduruvure berebi eslerevi. Aduruvure berebi orabara meremi na 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 masa. Roberebio larabahari. Alulurubu unde. Alulurubu unde salarava. Aduruvure orabara mereme. Aloraboasi. Aduruvure orabosa. Alo salarabani. Alo salarabani. Shiana nanamasa. Alorabo Roma Salaravasia. Shalurabu Ushalerevia nanamase. Duruburibi Oroboana nanamasa. Rabideba asa. Ribidibi isa silereve. Lorabo osa laravasa silerevi. Shiaraba ananamasi. Uruburibi orobosa. Ribiribi isalidivi. Aduruburi minimio nananamasa. Aduruburibi orobosa salidivi. Roberibi o nananamasa. Reberibi o nananamasa salidivi. Larabarabi oroboremenemiana nanamasi. Aduruburibi oroboramanami unamonia nananama. Ara verebi o no 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 musa sananamasi. Laraba ando sudereveo. Salurabu usuderevi. Aroverebi o luravusa. Laraba asudereveo. Arribidibi sio nananamaso. Dosa derevi in nanamasa. Shalurabu use. Shalurabu use. Alorabo una. Adorable revenebio nananamasi. Arubere biora boro nananamasi. Alorabo revenebio nananamasi. Arubere biora borabere baso. Arubere biora bora larabaso. Shalurubuwuse. Shia nananamase. Aduruburemo sulirevi. Aduruburemo sulirevi. Rabere baasalireve. Aluruburibi orabone. Aduruburibi orabarabasa. Rabere baananamasa. Aroberebi orabone. Aduruburibi orabarabasa. Aduruburibi nananamasa. Aliribi isilirivi. Dosalaravasi. Roverebosa. Aduruburibi nananami. Raverevasa. Arrivedervi ora barabarebasi. Arrivedervi nananamaso. Shio laravaan derevese. Lorabo usu dereve. Raverebi isidirivi. Shiora baramene maana nanama. Arubiribi orabo reberebi orabo oni. Aderebe esiderevi. Aduruburibi orabo raberebe. Don derevi na 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 masa. Raverebi orabo. Laraba ano sudereve. Aluruburibi orabo rabe. Adorabara berebi orabo ania. Aduruburibi orabo rabareba. Alorobosa sudereve. Aluruburibi. Aduruvoramanamia. Aloroboreberebi orobosi. Alorobo onda. Shalaraba ani. Adurubureberebi o nananama. Shalara asalereve. Shalara asalereve. Aduruburibi o no 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 musi. Aroberebi orobore leravi. Donde ando salereve. Shiosa de vi. Adurubidi yorabarabarabe. Lurubidi yo na 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 ma. Adurubidi yoraboani. Vibidi yoraboona salaravasa. Aribidi yorabarabarabe. Adurubarabi yoraboramanami. Alorabo usadireve. Adurubarabi na 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 ma. Aladavasa. Aloraboroma. Rabidebe na 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 ma ani. Aloraborabidebe. Aloraborabidebe. Sio no 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 musa. Aribidibi yoraboani. Aduruburibidibi yoraboramana masa. Aladaba ase. Alu lurabusa solideve. Aloraborama mio no 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 musa solidevi. Rabideba asolideve. Lorabus Laravasi. Nu nananamaso sulereve. Ribidibi is lidivio nananamo. Shalurabu usalereve. Shalurabu usalereve. Anduravu rama salidavi. Rovedebio nananamasi. Shalaraba aso. Shalaraba aso salidavi. Aluravu unanamasi salidavi. Siyorabu unde. Shalarabaso salidaveo. Alurabu larabani. Adurabudibidibio nananamaso salidave. Rabadebio nananama. Adurabudibidibio nananama. Rabadebio buani. Shalarabaaso salidave. Aduravuram nananamasa. Shalurabu salidave. Aduravuram moni. Durubiribi yoroboramane masa. Lorobarabere basi. Duruburamane mio no 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 musa. Lorabo osa salirevi. Shiona na na musa salirevi. Shalurabu usalireve na 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 masa. Shiarabia na 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 masi. Shiarabia na 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 masi. Aluduburibi yoroborama sanana masa. Alorabureberebi yoroborama nami. Adurubureberebi yorobo unanama. Adurubure manamiyo nananama. Alu salu alanahania nananama. Alereve esiorovo. Dos alaravasi. Shaliribi isilirivio. Shiorabo una salaravasi. Alereve endiriviorabosa. Aduruviribioribosa salarava. Lorabaram enemeani. Aduraba o salarave. Loraba unanamasa. Shalurabu usa. Shalurabu usa sali. Shaluda buusa sali. Durubiribiribio na 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 musa. Rebede esioravo. Duruburamene na 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 masi. Dos laravasi. Saluda buunde. Saluda buunde laramasi. Shalora bosa salereveo. Duruburi biribi in na 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 mase. Shaluda buun na 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 mase. Shaluda buun na 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 mase. Shiora buun na 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 masa. Uslirivi in na 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 masi. Duruburam ene meania. Arovere bioro boro mamashia. Durubi bioro baramene masi. Allora baroma salaravasi silerevi. Shalaraba ando no 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 musa. Arebere bioro baramene mio na 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 ma. Allora baroma silerevi. Saluda busa silereve. Saluda buribo. Shalara baroba shatirevi. Allora busa silerevese. Adurabu unde. Lorabo ananamasi. Aduruburi biribi oraboramanamasi. Aduruburi biribi orabosa. Aduruburi biribi oraboramanami oramoanea. Rabidaba esalidave. Shio nunumusa salidavia ananiano. Ananiano salarava. Aloriora borama. Shalurabu unanamase. Shalurabu salarava ani sananamasa. Aduraburi biribiorabo ana. Laraba asalerevese. Dos laraba anos lerevea. Shalurabu usalirevio. Anduravari menemiono moanea. Shalarabase salirevia. Anduravarimo sananamasi salireveo. Shiaraba ando. Shiarava ando silerevea. Salurabu usi silirevia. Shaluraba anananamasia. Shalurabu usilaravaso. Shio nananamasi silereve. Aduruburibi o nananamasi. Solorobo silereveo. Shiorabo unda silereve. Dos laravaani senanamaso. Shiorabarebo silerevi. Duruvaribo silereviana nanamasi. Veverebi yoraboramana masa. Rabirebo orsalarava ano sananami. Shiosaleraviana nanamasi. Luruburibi yorabosa. Shalaraba asalereve. Luruburibi on nanamusa. Shalaraba asalerevi. Shiorabo usa. Salurabo usalereve. Don dereviana nanamasa. Arrivi osa derevi ananama. Laraba asa lerevese. Lorabarabe rebe esa derevi. Adubarame mi on nananamusa. Laraba asio nananamasi. Adubarebe rebi orabuuna salaravasa. Larabaramanami onamoania nananamase. Adubarebe rebi orabarabarabi. Adubarebe orabarabarabi. La laraba ano sananamasi. Aduruburi biribi orabosa. Shio larabase selerevi. Allora vorrei bi ossa laravanea nunumusa selereve. Adurubarabe de bio. Shalara yara varama selere erevio nananamasi. Arobe de biora varama ne miona moenia nananama. Rabere ba aselereve. Robe de ba ossa lerevi. Aduruburimo sananama. Aduruburimo sananama. Saludubusa sananamasi. Rabide ba asalideve. Aduruburibidibioroboramo. Shioroboroba salideve. Shalorabo undidiviano. Shalaraba asalideve. Shiorobo una salidevea. Saludubu usa salideve. Aludubu unanamasi. Saludubu usa lereve. Dusulurabu una salarava. Lidivi is lidivio. Shalaraba asi. Lorabo na 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 mani sudere aravaro. Aduruburi biribi oraboani. Adurubaraberebi o sudereve. Rabadeba asadereve. Aduruburi biribi orabosa. Shalurubu o na 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 masi. Aduruburi biribi orabosa. Rabadebi o laravasa. Aduruburi biribi o na 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 masi. Aduruburi biribi oraboram enemy. Aduruburi biribi oraboram enemy. Aduruburi biribi oraboram enemy anama. Rabadeba asalereve. Shiorobo usalereve. Roverebi o salaravani nununumuse. Aduruburi biribi oraboram enemy anamania. Larabarabadebe esalerevia. Rabadebe esalerevo. Rabadebe esalerevo. Duruburi bidibio no 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 musa. Shio na na namasi. Lorabo osa larava. Alurabu salidavi indi. Shalarabaso salidave. Aduruburi bidibio no 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 musa. Laraba ande visa. Shalorabo una na namasa. Aduraburi bidibiorabosi. Shalurabu usadereve. Rabere ba asalerevi. Shalurabu usalerevo. Shalaraba asalereve. Rovere bi osalaravasi. Shalurabu usalereve. Arribiribio nananamasa. Anduruvariba shalere erevi orabone sananama. La salereveo. Loroba Roma, Salera via, Aduraburi Meonamo. Aduraburi Bio, no, Musa, Salarava. Shalorabo Usalaravani. Aduraburi Biora Baramane Ma Noah. Shalurabo Nananamasi. Shiora Busa Salerevi. Aduraburi Biora Baramane Ma. Alorabore Berebi Nananamasa. Shiora Bouna. Alurabu Usalirevio. Laraba Asalireveo. Ribidibi Isalirevi. Shalaraba Ananamasi. Shierava Ando Salerevi. Rabideba Asalereve. Shiorabo Osalarava. Laraba Asalir. Shio Nunumusa. Shia nananamasi. Shalom ludavusa. Shiara ba'aso salidavi. Aduruburibibi orabosa. Alulurubusa. Aduruburibibi orabose. Rabidabio salarava. Alurabuusi. Adurabuusa. Rabidaba asaladavio nananama. Aduruburibibi orabaramane. Adurubuusa de via nananama. Shalurabuusa ledavea. Shalurabuusa ledavea nananamasi. Nananamasi siledevo. Rabidaba asaladave. Arubidibio larabahari. Laraba asaladave. Adurubidibidibio orabaramane. Adurubidibidibio nananama. Arobidibio luruvusa. Adurubidibidibio orabarebidibisa. Larabaramane mionomo nea nananamasi. Alurubidibidibio orabaramane mionomo nea nananama. Alorabidibidibio. Alorabore larabio. Rabadeba asilideve. Aduruburi mirimio nananamase. Aluruburibirebusa. Larabarebo silidevi. Rabadebo osilideva. Shaludabu use silidevi. Shaludabu usilaravasi. Aduruburi mirimionamo neananama. Ribidibi silidevio. Salaraba ani silidevio. Shalaraba aso silideve. Aduruburebedebi oroboani silidevia. Adurubure menemiorabani silidevia. Rabideba asilideve. Alurubu usilidevia. Larabaso silideve. Anduruvurimo salarava. Roberebio nananamasa. Raberebese silidevia. No namusa. Laraba asilideve. Raberebo silidevia. Andurubari Amenemionamo. Shioraba Usalareva. Anduruburimo Salereve. Anduruburemo Salirevi. Anduruburemo Salirevi. Loroba Salireva. Shalaraba Asalireve. Aduruburoma Sananamasi. Aduruburoma Sananamasi. Alirio Laraba Ano Saluravua Shalariara Varamaname. Alarabaramana Miona Moania. Shalarabaramana Miona Moania. Shalorabauna Sananamasi. Arribidibio Larabaso. Lurabaremene Miona Moania Nananama. Lurabaremene Miona Moania Nananama. Robere Biora Baramanema. Luraburi Biora Boremeneme. Shalura Buu Nananamasi. Shalura Buu Nananamasi. Aduraburi Biora Boramaneme Yoramonea. Lara Bara Biora Boania Nananama.